Good evening. This is the planning board's hearing for Monday, February the 4th. First on our agenda tonight is a discussion of a possible subdivision at Lewis Court, and I believe...
Good evening.
Yes.
Okay, my name is Robert Hingham. I think you all have full-size copies of this concept plan. And that's exactly what it is, the concept. The land that is shown on the plan is under agreement.
You need to be on a mic, Mr. Dennis, sorry. You want to use, you have to be on a mic.
Well, you don't have to keep that, but what do you think this one is over there?
Is that going to work?
That will work.
Mr. Bridgman has this land under agreement and is looking to, at the various alternatives of development. The concept, Lewis Court is in tough shape, and the concept is that he would repave it to a width of about 18 feet and get it up to the new road where the layout could actually meet the subdivision design standards. Obviously, the cost of fixing Lewis Court drives the number of lots that you're talking about. And you know what we'd really like to do is just get some feedback. I mean, if it's no way in God's earth are we going to ever approve this, then that's one thing. There are some waivers, obviously, that would be involved.
How many?
Well, until you develop a final plan, Paul, you don't really know.
How many can you see so far?
Yeah, at this point.
Several.
Can you name them?
Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Probably could if I had to.
You do?
Yeah.
Tell us about the road, the variances that you'd need on that road there.
Width. Width is being the big one.
What's the current width?
The most we can get paving is 18 feet
On Lewis Court.
on Lewis Court.
Didn't we do this recently?
I guess the present owner has been in here before.
Several times.
And, you know, I don't know anything about the owner except I don't think he's got any development experience. I don't know whether he spent any money even preparing a concept plan.
Does your client have any development experience?
I think so.
We actually spent a little bit of time looking into this for the owner on his behalf. Well, on the town's behalf, but we were curious to know if this was possible. And I believe the problem is in Lewis Court's 18 feet. We've never approved a subdivision off of a non-complying roadway in the town of Hingham.
It's always a first.
On what basis do you think it would work? I mean, that's a lot of houses to come up an 18-foot
A lot of houses,
roadway.
but it's a net improvement for the entire length of Lewis Court. It creates better access for the public safety vehicles. It would result probably almost certainly in an increase in property values on the existing houses on the way. And it's land which somebody's going to do something with it at some point, and this was the obvious first alternative to take a look at.
In addition to the width, I think there was another big issue too. I'm trying to think of what it was. I didn't remember what it was.
You're offset from each other.
Yeah, well, no, that is an issue. Yeah, you got to have to resolve that.
Well, how do we do that?
I've got to figure that one out. But, yeah.
How do you figure out the length of the roadway? Because you obviously have exceeded these.
Oh, yeah, we're well beyond that. We're beyond that.
Significantly, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, yep, yep.
And you'd have to bring up all the drainage and everything.
Which is why we're showing the number of lots we did, because you got to
Well,
defray that cost somehow.
What's the minimum width of a limited residential roadway? Do you know offhand?
I think it's paved 22 feet.
Typically
Either
24
22,
feet.
23.
I think Hingham accepts 22.
How many houses are on Lewis Court presently?
about 4?
No, this is probably about 7
7.
in total. So it'd be-
Including the one that...
This one.
Yeah,
Dimension lot.
right.
I'm trying to remember where we waived the width of the roadway.
Oh, you've done that in the past, I know that.
Where?
Have we waived the
The layout.
layout?
Yes.
The layout. And there are situations where I think you've approved paving of 18 feet, and I'd have to remember, I'd have to go back into my files and find one, but...
There was one off of Kilby Street, Paul Cox, Michael.
Yeah, that was the one.
Yeah, but that's a
I did-
single
But they had,
house.
it was a single house, and they had
Yeah.
access that they could do on a different roadway, and we allowed them to come in on a different road, if I remember correctly.
What's the minimum right-of-way width that would be required to do a limited residential roadway like this that's 900 feet long?
It'd be I think it'd be a 22-foot paved road.
And then the
Layout would-
owned right-of-way?
Layout would be probably 26 feet.
It wouldn't be 40? The right-of-way wouldn't be 40 feet?
It could be, I didn't reread your regulations before I got here.
How about your radius and cul-de-sac?
That works, that meets the design standards.
That's good to know, because we weren't sure of that. I think when we spoke with the owner last time. he was-
Right,
we
so
gotta do
once
quick
you
with
get
the
to
radius.
this point
Once you
is-
get to that point, you're conforming with your design standards.
To which point, Judy?
To the point where the 450 feet starts.
Gotcha.
Your problem is just getting
Hmm?
Your problem is just getting there.
The problem is getting there. There's no getting around that.
And what inroads has your client made with respect to speaking to the people who live on the street, see what they think?
Actually, this is the first stop, and that will be the next stop.
What would be, how would you align Lois Court with the private way?
You might end up trying to make some land acquisitions, some land swaps. That's the obvious way to do it.
I mean, I'm not inclined to be in favor of a roadway that is that narrow compared to our requirements. That's where I stand.
We're here to get feedback.
Okay. And that jog is a pretty tough one.
Yeah, that one has to be worked on, there's no question about that.
I would have enjoyed the conversation much more if you had spoken to the people who live on the street to get their sense as to what you want to do here.
All right?
To me, it's just putting the cart before the horse for starters. And I want to see what the waivers are, beyond what I can identify from a very simple conceptual plan. I mean, the one that jumps right out at me is the overall length of the roadway.
Correct.
Plus you've got the jogs, you've got a private way, I don't know, the Lewis Court's probably private way too.
It is. I believe it is.
So, I mean, you know, there's all kinds of issues here.
We know there are issues.
Address the board regarding the neighbors.
Please just let us know your name and where you
Frank
live.
Bridgman. I live at 197 Hersey Street in Hingham. I have every intentions of discussing what my plans were with the neighbors, but at this point it was so preliminary. I have no exact plan on what we're going to do down there, so I didn't think it was appropriate to even discuss it with the neighbors at that point. But I'm sure the neighbors would be pretty happy to see the improvement of that way. It's a good opportunity for them to, you know, there's not too many streets like it in Hingham that need a lot of work like that. And it's an opportunity for them to improve their property value and access, so.
Would you
Thank
be
you.
more comfortable, Paul, if we went and talked to the neighbors and they came back?
I don't need to tell you how to do a subdivision, but
No,
you know how to do it.
Yeah.
You've got some major engineering
Issues.
challenges in front of you.
Correct.
But the very last thing you need is for homeowners on these
Opposition.
private ways where you're gonna have to get relief to say,
Correct.
get out of here, I like it just the way it is.
I understand that.
So to me, it's, it's the cart before the horse.
We had a situation on Rice, not Rice Road, what was that large lot at the end of the, which one?
Bishop Lane.
No, not Bishop Lane, it was
It was off to your
below
right.
Rice Road, is
Yeah.
the first road on your left.
Did you access it through Simmons?
Yeah.
It was Simmons Road.
Simmons.
So at the end of Simmons Road, somebody has a lot of property and wanted to put.
D'Alessandro's.
Yes,
Yeah.
you were there.
I was there.
Oh,
Yeah.
same conversation, I think, with the neighbors, and those neighbors showed up in droves.
Yeah, I know that.
So I understand, I sort of appreciate Paul's recommendation.
But are we inclined to support a waiver that's significant on the width of the roadway? You know, I think it's important to be upfront and
I mean,
not
if
have it
it's
go
something
through all the
that-
work.
If it's something that under no circumstances are you going to approve, then, you know, that tells me one
I don't
thing.
think the board can say that where you have no application in front of you.
Right, no,
But the question is, are we inclined to? That's the word I'm
They
using,
can give me,
inclined.
they can give me
Is
a sense
inclined not
of-
okay?
they can-
You know, I think that you know this board better than most people in this town. And you know, as far as what we've approved and what we haven't approved in the past, we are a reasonable crowd and wouldn't want to prevent somebody from developing their property if there were one or two small things that were kind of needed before the person was able to enjoy their property to the fullest. But if enjoying the property to the fullest means giving, you know, big waivers that would really affect a lot of different people, I don't think we would. You know, can't give you an instance where we have in the past.
You give me what I came here for, a sense of the board.
Okay.
That's all I came here for.
Line of sight going out on Hersey Street.
Hmm?
Line of sight going out on Hersey
Mhm.
Street.
Mhm.
A lot of issues here.
Yeah, right.
But it's always good to see you, Mother.
It's always good to come here, all right?
Thank you for
very
coming.
much.
It's always nice to have a visit.
Have a pleasant night.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bridgman.
Excuse me? Thank you, I knew I recognized him.
The next thing on our agenda was a 710 Form A, which has been withdrawn, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Would you like to do minutes instead? or-
Yes, and as far as the minutes go, if we start, is this your whole file? Yeah, okay, so. Has everyone, let's start with the September 19th minutes. Did, Gary, did you have a chance to look at September?
I looked at the
19th?
minutes. Yes, I did.
September 19th?
Yep.
Do you have any changes to
I don't.
September 19th?
I don't.
Sarah?
Nope.
I'll make a
Bill?
motion that the board vote to approve the minutes of September 19th, 2012 as written.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so that's September 19th. The next one is October 22nd. Which was the night we had the continuation of the Samuels hearing and the D'Angelos up at 12 Whiting Street. Does anybody have any changes to that? No?
I don't.
I would only say a note to Mary, page 3, are the conditions 1, 2, and 3 at the bottom of page 3. Just to, I don't think you weren't here October 22nd, so I just bring those to your attention because they are definitely alive and well as conditions to that.
To be aware of.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Yes, a motion?
Make a motion that the board vote to act favorably on the minutes for October 22nd, 2012 as written.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 The next one is November the 19th, and I had no changes. Did anybody have changes for November the 19th?
Sarah's name is spelled incorrectly. That's okay.
Okay, so
Very, very important, but
is Is
Just
that
an
okay? Is it
EY.
acceptable to you as it is, though?
No, it's not.
Okay, so
That
with
change.
Sarah Corey's last name spelled correctly, I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes of November 19th.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Okay, now we get to a little bit more. The next one's January 7th, and I have a bunch of changes on my draft, and I see that Paul Healy has some changes on his draft. Does anybody else have changes?
January 7th.
So what I'm going to propose with January 7th is that we just give these with changes to Mary and retype them, and we can just look at them again. You know, we can look, and we'll pass it to Karen. Let's just look at them again. So if anybody else has changes to January 7th, just note them on your copy and pass them along, excuse me, to Karen. Thank you. And same for January 14th. I have a bunch of notes, and so does Paul. And if anybody else has changes to January 14th, pass them along. And then after Karen has a chance to make those changes, we can relook at them and vote those. The next thing on our agenda are the proposed amendments to the zoning bylaw for this year's town meeting and our one zoning article, which is the medical marijuana treatment center. The last time we discussed this, the board was considering three possible paths. One was to incorporate medical marijuana treatment centers into our existing bylaw as a use similar to medical clinics or other uses that we have in our bylaw. The other was to allow medical marijuana treatment centers in a particular zone, and the third was to issue a moratorium until such time that the state comes up with their specific regulations for this, because the state hasn't done so yet, and so we would postpone by issuing a moratorium, we would postpone the zoning issue until the state's, until we got more information from the state. So I would ask Susan Murphy, I believe, has an update on this.
Right. The original intent, and that I talked to Mary about after your last meeting, was to get a draft form of the moratorium for the board to review tonight. The reason why you didn't get a draft, the moratorium portion of it is substantially drafted, but I happened to be at the Mass Municipal Association conference last week where there was a seminar on all aspects of medical marijuana, not just the zoning. And then I was reviewing the draft zoning amendment in the context of what I learned there and a further review of the act. And there is an aspect of marijuana cultivation that goes into effect immediately in the kind of vacuum here before DPH regulations come in, and that individual patients can get pretty much the equivalent of a prescription from their doctor and just start growing for their own use, or if they're a caregiver. The act itself requires that it be in an enclosed, secured facility, so that could be someone's basement or garage, but it's silent about where it could be. So one of the questions that's bouncing around with a lot of town councils is, should they, should the towns or cities that they're in consider forming regulations in connection with still the moratorium on the larger centers? Should there be provisions that directly address if there's going to be hardship cultivation? Now, I wouldn't recommend any regulations if people have the prescription, they're doing it on their own property. But for example, if someone lives in an apartment and has nowhere to grow it, are they gonna go, oh, well, whoever, Sarah Corey has a nice big lot back there, maybe I'll do it and grow some, rent out her chicken coop. Or go over on a business property and someone starts renting out a kind of container in the back of their business. Is
that allowed under that provision?
Well, it's silent. It says you're allowed to cultivate supply needed for your own use. It doesn't say where. It just says it's locked, secure, it's an enclosed, secure facility. So the question is not so much to tell people you can't do without a permit, but just maybe draw, limit how much, if at all, it can get done kind of outside of their own property. I mean, that's one of the things that's being considered. So really the options for the board is say, we don't think it's necessary to go there at all. We're not going to touch it. Or to formulate, you can't put a moratorium on that because that's preempted by the law that says they are allowed to do it now. The moratorium is because there's no DPH regs, but the law says they can start the individual cultivation without DPH regs. So there's preemption there. So the question is, does the board want to entertain at least limiting the ability of third parties to start little cottage industries of renting out space for cultivation? Now, there's also the federal law issue where technically this is all illegal under federal law, but somehow states don't seem to mind that. So, some people are saying, well, at the end of the day, it's dangerous for a third party to start renting out shacks in their backyard because there could be seizure under federal law of that. But, the Fed's not running around, I don't think, checking people's backyards for marijuana sheds. So, I mean,
Forfeiture.
what?
Forfeiture.
Yeah.
Just a quick question, though. Does our placeholder that we made, will this be consistent with that? Because it seems like our placeholder was more about medical marijuana selling places as opposed to growing. So I just want to make sure we're not in violation of our placeholder.
No, do you have the wording of the actual article as it was submitted to the Selectmen's office? I mean, it's how it was advertised that matters.
I just have a question about that too,
Yeah.
is if this particular form of growing it is preempted, as you say.
No, just prohibiting it by moratorium.
No, but
Right.
this individual
Yeah.
cultivation. If we issued a moratorium
Mm-hmm.
and then had an all-encompassing regulation in a year from now, would people who already started cultivating in a rented place be grandfathered?
Well, that's a good question, because technically the hardship is either you can't physically get out to a treatment center, or the one that's really kicking in now is that there's no available treatment center within a reasonable distance, because there are none. So that is a good question as to whether or not that hardship, that now all of a sudden there's a treatment center, I don't know. That's something that would be a good comment to submit to DPH. They're in their comment period right now of receiving comments on their regs as they're drafting them. But the act is silent about what happens when your hardship goes away, once you've been given a hardship dispensation. Right now, everyone has a hardship dispensation. Well, everybody who has a prescription.
Susan, does the law say anything about rental property versus ownership property? And
No, the law says very little about anything. So that's why it's kind of, I mean, not that it's obviously been done in other states, but it's scratched in Massachusetts, and, different towns and cities are approaching it in different ways. It's easier in the cities because they can enact zoning anytime. It's harder in towns where you have town meeting, particularly Hingham, where we only have one a year. A lot of towns have two. So, they have the liberty of pushing it off until the fall. Sarah, that was actually a good question, because, the as advertised, it was medical marijuana treatment centers. It says, or act on anything related thereto. I guess someone could argue that the individual hardship cultivation was, someone might have read this and not realized that it was contemplated that it might get regulated. I don't know timing-wise, you could easily amend the ad if you wanted to in the paper, if you wanted to deal with it, but it would push you back a couple of weeks on dealing with it. So, I think, Sarah, that's...
It's ambiguous enough that maybe we're okay.
Well, it's not that ambiguous. It says amend to define medical marijuana treatment center and prohibit the centers or permit them by special permit in one or more zoning districts. So it does not mention the hardship cultivation.
Okay.
So you would probably need to re-advertise if you were going to expand it to include the hardship cultivation. So that would push you back a couple of weeks.
Does anybody else on the board have a question about this? Or a comment? Chief Carino? No.
Use the microphone.
Right, but Chief, you're aware that individual patients can now get prescriptions to do individual cultivation? Yeah. Okay.
But I can't grow for selling to
No,
others.
you can't do that, no. It would have to be the person or their caregiver, registered caregiver. At this point, though, the doctors are permitted to be doing the registration in lieu of DPH, since DPH has no regs.
Because this seems like a moving target, and it seems like it's really just a big gray area, I'm not inclined to jump in
Okay.
without full information. And if all of a sudden, like, everyone's getting prescriptions and growing things in Sarah's backyard, you know,
Selling it in the chicken.
there she is. So,
It's sort of over there.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I
So,
think I would argue that it would probably be a zoning violation to start a cottage industry in your backyard anyway.
To be
so-
renting out space.
Yes, for that
Because
purpose.
it's
So,
very
I mean, there's
protected.
probably other
Right.
regulatory ways of dealing with it, if that
Yeah.
became a problem. So I just wanted to at least have the board be aware of it, and that the law does allow that to start happening, in case you wanted to try to look at dealing with it now. But if not, then, I'll just work with Mary about getting a kind of a good working draft of the moratorium language to you for you to consider at your next meeting.
I think that's what I'd like to do, yeah.
It
Yeah.
seems, yeah.
Does anybody in the audience have any comments about this? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Our microphone is on that side tonight.
Jim Watson, 291 Rockland Street. I just want to hope that the board takes a simple approach to the dispensaries, which to me sound like package stores and drugstores. We have stores now that sell things which can be abused, things which are regulated, things which require age or prescription. And I've been reading at work a few of the draft bylaws by other towns, and some of them make it sound like the world's biggest, porno shop or something. A certain distance from, one of them even said they couldn't be within a certain distance of a pediatrician's office. What does that have to do with it? Or a school, or children, or people, or neighborhoods. And it's this usual cycle we go through where we overstate a problem, highly restrict it, and then find out later on, in many cases, it wasn't the end of the world. So I just hope that your own approach to the dispensaries, not to the gardens. I mean, I can see the gardens are going to be sort of hard to manage. Anyway, that's the only suggestion.
Thank you.
I would mention, obviously I'm not a law enforcement professional, but it was a very interesting seminar. They did have a deputy chief from one of the communities who had a very good PowerPoint, which I'm hoping to get a copy of because I was going to pass it on to the chief. They did show that they have all the information from all the states where medical marijuana has been legalized, and they track the point of introduction to drug use or substance abuse of all kinds for children. And the younger they start, the more of a chance there is they'll get to harder substance abuse later. And they have found that in the states that have legalized marijuana in some form or another, the age of introduction is lowering it, so that in some states it's as young as 11. So I think the fact that it's there and the concern of the public safety people at the seminar were that the appearance that it's not a big deal gives children the feeling that it's something that's okay to start at a younger age. So these are all the public policy things that obviously the state has spoken and they voted and they're going to be allowed, but as a matter of where you place them in your community, that's something that's still within each community's decision-making power.
So the moratorium that we are considering would put this off until June of 2014?
Yeah, it would basically be town meeting of next year,
Right,
because
so-
it would have to go through
right.
this process next year and
Right.
go through town meeting. And if there was no action, then
It would let.
they could arguably come in under retail, under medical office. It could come in under anything in
Right.
those districts.
Okay.
So if the town doesn't act, it may still happen, but it won't happen necessarily in the locations or with the regulations that the town might wish to impose.
Okay.
Susan, is there any, I understood Situate they had put together a draft of a bylaw?
Yeah, I'd say I don't know if it's a majority, but a large number every day. There's more and more towns putting together drafts. Mary and I have been working together, looking at what some other communities have done, and we have a good working draft that we think works with the Hingham bylaw. So we can get that to you.
Okay, terrific. So it's 7:35, and next on our agenda is the Hingham Public Schools application for site plan review for the Hingham High School Athletic Complex renovations Phase 2. This is a continuation of the planning board's hearings. We met on December 3rd, on December 17th, on January 7th, and on January 14th, and have slowly but surely made progress in this regard. Since our last hearing, just give everybody a chance to come in.
Say, Judy. December 3rd and 17th minutes.
We didn't get them for the packet. They weren't in my stack, so that's why I didn't. I don't have them in mine either.
3rd and 17th.
I started to have it, but maybe, yeah. They were. Hi, we're going to start again. This is a continuation of the planning board's hearings relative to Hingham Public Schools application for site plan review related to the high school athletic schools project, fields project at 17 Union Street. Thank you all for coming. Since our last hearing, we've received written correspondence from a number of residents. Mary, do you have the list of?
It's laid out in front of you, actually.
Let me see. I just want to read the list of people who wrote to us, just that you're assured that we have received your comments and appreciate those. Our last hearing was on January 14th.
So they should be on the back sheet.
Yes. So on the 15th, we received correspondence from Michael Vaughn, and after that, Declan Boland, Paul O'Connor, John Lashar, Suki Berry, and Ben Burnham. And there was one other, Janet and Jim Plotner, also, who had written to us earlier. Thank you all for your input. Tonight, we've moved the microphone. That's the big advance. So thank you for your comments on that. We moved the microphone to the side, so hopefully people can all hear one another when they're speaking. So I would just remind everyone to speak loudly and sort of angle yourself so that more people can hear you. This is, as I said, the Planning Board's 5th hearing on this project. It is our hope that in about an hour we will have all the information that we need to close the public hearing and enter deliberations in order to move closer to concluding our site plan review. Before that, we'll touch on each of the main areas under consideration in this project with an opportunity for questions. The order in which we will consider the 5, what I see as the 5 main areas under consideration is as follows. First, we'll talk about drainage. Second, parking, circulation, and traffic. Third, the landscape plan and the lighting. Fourth, the sound study. And fifth, the use policy. So to start our conversation about the drainage, which is the area I feel like we know the least about at this point, I think it would be really helpful if Mr. Seymour, you've spoken to John Chesia recently about your updated plan.
Actually, Mr. Spanos has.
Mr. Spanos, you've spoken recently to Mr. Chesia?
Yes.
So, okay, so would it be okay if we just let John start with kind of the areas that are still open and where we need to go? Or would you like to, would it be helpful? Do you want to give an overview first? Is it okay? I think that would be sort of get us to, because I know after this, you are still going it before Conservation Commission with the drainage plan. And it's not, so there might be changes. So the board's sense of where we're going with drainage is that we may very well leave it, vote the whole project with the condition of coming back with the approved drainage plan from Conservation in the event that there has to be any change made to the plan. It just makes it less cumbersome to making those changes afterward. So I'm going to let John take the lead tonight on drainage. Thank you. And for people who might not know, John Chesia is the planning board's peer review engineer. Can you just pull it closer this way? Just pull it 2 feet forward. I think it's,
So the board can see that.
yeah. And you can angle it a little bit that way. Yeah, that's
We're
good.
going to use a different board.
Oh, okay. Okay. John?
Okay. This isn't a drainage plan or anything like that, but I just wanted to sort of go over where we are. I mean, where we are is that drainage calculations came to me late this afternoon, so obviously they're not reviewed or anything. There wasn't time for that. I need to get into it. We've had several meetings and discussions about various things, and you know, there's been some back and forth, but conceptually, I just sort of want to talk about how the site kind of works drainage-wise and what some of the issues might be, and then we can kind of take it from there. But essentially, if you know the area, the high school building is over here. That's the existing track and field. Tennis courts, there's sort of a divide here where I think goes to the pump station, water department, aquarium. Over, doesn't really show, but over here is the other side fields. So the way it works from a drainage point conceptually is that the high school building, parking lot, all of the stuff pretty much on this side flows through a pipe that comes under the road somewhere, I think right in here is the pipe. So all the school property drains through a pipe that goes under Union Street here. There actually isn't even any Union Street drainage in it. It's just all the school going here. This side here basically flows this way to Tower Brook. And then Union Street, this side, flows sort of overland down to the Weir River.
When you say this side, you mean across the street?
Across the street,
Okay.
down in here.
And where does the pipe outflow to?
This pipe goes to a little area that's, I think, a wetland sort of thing, and then this flows to the river too, down through. So, if we start with the easiest stuff, I guess this side here, they're putting in a new softball field, and they have a drain around the softball field to sort of catch the skin of the field, the new clay part. The soils are pretty good. I think that, I haven't looked at it yet, but my assumption is that should be pretty easy to get to work, because there's not that big of a change and doesn't take that much, and it's a big field that flows all across land this way to get there. This side here, really the impact is to add parking lot. In the parking lot, the soil test back when we went out in the field back in December, water table was relatively high, so the parking lot's been raised up. Underground system here, it's really, I think at this point I need to check the details and things. There were some issues with the prior round of calculations that weren't consistent with what, should have happened in the model. So that's got to be looked at. Soils are pretty good here. Should be able to get something to work here that should be all right. This side's way more complicated because you got all these pipes. This is the place that everybody's concerned. Floods now. This is, yeah, okay, there's the parking lot. So they put these underground systems here, built the parking lot up. So if you look at the existing parking lot sloping like this right to the grass. Because the water table's so high, what they did is they took the other parking lot and kind of tipped it back and made it sort of like this so that they can build it up, catch the water. This edge here is about 6 feet higher than it is over here. It doesn't look it when you're out there, but there is that much slope because it's such a long distance. So if you build this up, it's going to be a lot flat. Like this edge here is now almost, it's a little, not quite as high as this side here, but it's going to almost be level across. To make
And how much higher is that than the existing grade?
It's about 5 feet than what's there now. So then they slope off on the edge.
So with the implementation of the turf field, it's going to make it level? Is that what you just said?
The parking lot. This is
Okay.
the parking lot. So basically, the parking lot.
So right now, we're just talking about the extra parking lot being built to the west
Right.
of the, or southwest of the existing lot.
So, like I said, I got to go through and check. I mean, my task typically is I check the calculations, check the assumptions. I do this on all the different jobs I look at. Everybody gets looked at the same way. I've done the soil testing. I got to check the math on it. I got to check the details and check so that the plans and the calcs and everything match up. And there were some discrepancies when I looked at it before, and that's hopefully where we're getting to. Now this side is very complicated because you have existing pipes, you have existing systems all throughout it. I mean, the whole school roof and parking lot and everything comes down through a pipe here. And if you recall in earlier meetings, it's been questioned what's the condition of the pipe and all this, and they TV'd it. In the process of doing that, what was discovered is that there's all different sized pipes coming in. Some of them are 12, some are 15, some are 24. There's a 30-inch pipe here, and there's a 30-inch pipe on the other end. When you do the survey, there's a 30-inch outlet, 30-inch at the catch basin, 30-inch going back. But in the road underneath, it's a 24-inch pipe because something happened in the middle. So there's a restriction directly under Union Street. And what that results in is that restriction when all this water comes in, based on some of the calculations they've done, is that it backs up in a 10-year storm and could, based on the preliminary, I mean, they did a hydraulic grade line on this, and looking at those calculations, there's some, some assumptions in there. I mean, it backs up pretty high, so it would, in a 10-year storm, it would flood here, and I think what happens today, where the flooding is here, is partially a result of the fields themselves being up and down. And it's also probably partially a result of some of these drains aren't really working right. Some pitch the wrong way, so when it rains, it builds up head and then drains away slowly and causes that problem. So what they're proposing is with this...
John, the proposed is right next to you. It's up.
So what they're proposing now... Should I take this?
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Walk around.
Just pull it out.
Yeah. I wish. I don't necessarily wish, but I'd probably be pretty wealthy if I was. Anyway, I don't know if I have quite the figure.
You're doing okay.
All right. So the proposal here, these fields, basically, it's all stone and gravel underneath. So this thing will, any water that falls on this basically just goes right through it down into the ground. Even in a big storm, based on the rate coming down and the soil underneath, if it's sand and it is sand and gravel according to the test pits, because it's such a large area, rain falling on it soaks through, hits the stone, and then just soaks down. But what will happen, according to the hydraulic grade lines, is you're going to end up having this field take probably a backup water from the rest of the school draining into it.
Would it compromise the structure of the turf field if that happened?
I don't know. I think that it's fairly complicated, and based on the hydraulic grade line, I mean, the elevation at this manhole in a 10-year storm, according to the calcs, I think there's some conservative assumptions in there, is basically like as high as the field.
Say that again, John?
This elevation here in the hydraulic grade line is basically the same elevation as this field. What would happen is it would release at the catch basin here and flow down that way before it. But that's the low, I think there's a low spot here, there's low spots here. So if that happens, what'll happen is it would flood up, come out where it can, and flow across. So it's
Depending on the storm.
Depending upon the storm, depending on conditions, it's very complicated too. Normally, you don't have quite such a complicated case. You have a pipe at the end that's fairly simple. This thing, the pipe goes backwards. This pipe here goes backwards. This pipe here slopes down, then it jumps up when it hits the 24-inch. So when you try to model it with the systems that we have, the models that we have, because I've done it a lot of times, the models just aren't capable, usually, of handling such a screwy condition.
Are you talking about the 24-inch pipe?
Under Union
Street?
Yeah, that creates a huge complication again. The models become unstable is what happens, and they don't really
So when
work
you
too well.
say, could you just give us a sense, when you say huge storm, because I think for most of the people who are here, who are interested in this project, who are basically gonna, see the results of their investment, when will they start to see the ponding or this, this flooding?
I think the storm that was analyzed was a 10-year storm, which is about, I think, 4.6 inches of rain over a 24-hour period. So.
Which doesn't happen every 10 years, because I know there's been at least 300-year storms since I've been on the planning board, and I haven't been on that long, so.
3 100-year storms.
3 100-year storms, yeah. So obviously they come more frequently than 100.
It's a statistical thing.
Misnomer.
And
yes.
the other thing about that is you might get, there's a lot of different storms that might create the same type of effect. I mean, that's one day, 24 hours, 4.6 inches of rain. You could also have, in the spring, when the ground's frozen, it just thaws, and you get 3 inches of rain, and it's just as bad as 4 inches of rain when the ground's dry. There's a lot of different things that can happen. Or you can have 3 days of rain, and it's just, over a period of time, it just soaks everything, and then you get a lot more runoff,
So is there a way to improve this without changing the cost or the model? or sort of where do we go from here? I guess, and maybe that's not a question for you, but more for the,
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different things you can do. You know, I mean, the obvious thing is you fix the problem here, but I don't know how much money that costs you. Why is it there? That's the problem. I mean, the ultimate thing is, you know, you can leave it the way it's designed, and that may meet all the standards of, like, conservation, because they don't, you know, if it...
Flooding doesn't bother conservation.
It doesn't matter as long as you're not flooding somebody else.
Right, right.
But if our ultimate goal in one of these, you know, our ultimate goal in this project is to improve conditions on the high school fields, this doesn't seem to be doing that on those fields that are low-lying, close to Union Street.
Well, I think that it's... Stepping away, I think it still would be somewhat of an improvement, because there's probably conditions in the fields that are causing puddles in areas that are just because of the grade. If you redo this whole baseball field, for example, and put new soil in, it's going to be better. Secondly, you are putting in a walk. Right now, everybody's got to walk through the mud. So, but I don't know what, I mean, as far as the fields themselves, in a big storm, the way it is right now, you would likely get water and coming out in this area and in these areas here, and it would, if it got enough, it would then flow across and down.
John, what happens in long term in terms of the drainage system under the field? It's draining much quicker than what's draining now, so isn't that long term a problem in terms of siltation and other kinds of things?
I think that under the field itself,
Probably not.
you're probably going to be, by the time that's a problem, the field's probably going to need to have some renovation work anyway. I mean, you got a special layer of stone. If it's built properly, you know, you have a special layer of stone, and then you have the field fabrics and everything, and it's not like you put anything on it. You know, it's not like a parking lot. You know, you get a little bit of stuff flown in or here or there, but it's not likely to be the type of stuff that's going to clog it right up. So, and I think you can probably, when you deal with the field itself, it'll probably get more held in the field than by the time it gets through the field to the stone to the sand. You know, it's like layers of filtering all the way through. So I don't worry about that.
What's the impact on the soccer fields and the other fields down on the other side of Union Street? Does that mean they're wetter than they are now?
Which, these ones here?
Yeah, as a result of this drainage situation.
Now, this pipe goes down here this way, and that's pretty far. I mean, I don't think this is going to cause a backup from the Weir River back that way enough to cause a problem. In fact, by doing this field, you are adding quite a bit of infiltration that you're not getting today. And that's, I mean, you're getting some infiltration today, but you're not getting as much as you'll get. So this will be a help to the overall system, but the problem with this is really the whole school. It's not this field, it's the whole, what's there today is causing the
If
issue.
you eliminated the constriction under Union Street in that pipe, would that solve it? The 24-inch restriction?
I mean, in an enormous rain, it might not be enough, but in a, you know, the 10 years is the standard usually, so.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
I get a quick question.
On the field sort of diagonally to the new field, which looks like it's kind of on the baseball field, and also there's like a little field hockey field or some kind
This
of
one.
sports field. How that one is, you know, right now, a problem field. Is that going to be better?
Yeah, that's going to be all regraded, new soil and under drainage.
But with the addition of the conditions, how does that affect that?
Is the drainage improved?
Yeah, because now it's going to pitch.
Okay.
Okay, so this one.
So the real problem is.
Pitches like this.
But John, not just that, the surcharge in the pipes today is going to be decreased. The amount of water that we're introducing at that point is going to be reduced, correct?
Actually, the surcharge, according to your calcs, the surcharge is the same. You have a cut in the peak rate, but the surcharge hydraulic grade line was the same in your calc. Because of the timing, most likely. I think that this component of the flooding is less important than the school itself.
I
don't think there are any, where the drainage is gonna be the worst though, I don't think there are any fields proposed for that area, right? What's currently there is two small little softball diamonds.
This here?
Are to the, yeah, they fall off.
One here.
There's two little softball diamonds now, but those are gonna go away.
One stays.
Right, and the women's field hockey field will become the turf field.
They have to practice
This part
and,
is a field too.
yeah, that's, diagonal
But-
one will be where field hockey
And if
probably.
they're gonna practice, but if they practice on near the outfield grass, according to John, it's gonna be an improved area.
This area would definitely,
Be improved, right?
yeah, because now it's graded to slope.
And so my experience with two worst areas of the field is what is currently the turf field. That is always soaked. It's been soaked forever. That's gonna be improved with the turf field. But are you saying now what are currently the two little softball diamonds to the corner of the parking lot are gonna be worse? You know the area I'm talking about?
At the corner of the driveway
They
and
have
Union
always
Street.
been
This one.
Yes.
absolutely soaked with rain. So it doesn't matter how heavy the rain is or awful in the spring. What I'm understanding is no dedicated use of that area is in the plan, but is it gonna make it worse, John, or is it gonna be improved?
No, it's not gonna, I don't, again, I have to go through all the check-off counts and whatnot, but I mean, conceptually, there's no reason that it would be any worse than it is. Because they're not really touching this, other than to repair whatever
But
damage
even not
was
making
there.
it worse, currently it's not good.
It's not good.
I mean, I went jogging on that area a couple of weeks ago, to check it out after it rained, and it was soaked.
Down in here.
Yep, I jogged the perimeter of the field, and I was soaked in that area. Like-
But right now, nobody's using that
It's
field,
true, but
right?
it's not good, it's not in good condition.
But they do in the spring, I mean, softball, right?
That's this, I don't know if you get a better picture.
Okay, so,
Oh, yeah, I'll use that.
So that's will be the softball.
This is like a, but I think by the shading, if you follow this area, this one here is not to be impacted by the project.
So
This-
no work
this-
will be done on that?
This field here. Right. I mean, they are gonna use this area here for construction staging, so they'll end up having to do something to it. Because they'll have to repair.
the grading's staying the same.
But the grading is basically staying the same, and this, I think, would be sort of fenced off not to touch it.
Okay. Paul has a couple questions. Then I think we need to just figure out where we go, what our next step is. So I'm gonna let Paul.
John, looking at the sheet 108 on the plans, C108, I'm looking at the inverts on the pipes, and it looks like within a half an inch, they're pretty much all the same, suggesting that we're essentially dealing with a concave.
And I just, yeah, it's,
I mean, it's flat as a pancake. Yeah. Isn't really the solution to this to put a bigger pipe under Union Street?
it may not be,
Oversimplified.
yeah, it might not be practical. And when you see something like what we see from that, I haven't seen the TV, witnessed the TVing of it, but it's been explained to me what they've seen. Something is probably there, or you wouldn't all of a sudden come up with the pipe. And the assumption is there's something like I know there's a 20-inch water main, so the assumption is, we don't know, you'd have to dig holes, you'd have to do some investigation work, but the assumption is that something's there that's very expensive or in the way to move, so somebody took, at some point in time, a cheap out and said, we'll just do this.
We're not going to figure that out tonight.
I'm not gonna figure that out tonight, no. There's multiple ways to deal with it, to make it better, and it's, that's something that, someone should do some sort of, figure it out and then analyze what's the best way, what's the most cost-effective way to deal with, if that's the choice to be
But
made.
if we could get 30 inches, whether it was a flat
culvert type solution, but if we could get the volume,
If you get the volume, yeah.
that would solve it.
That would, well, then it would, and I believe that you guys did an analysis of that showed where the hydraulic grade line drops pretty dramatically. The hydraulic grade line, just so in case anybody's wondering, is in a pipe underground, when the water comes into it, you can actually have it somewhat under pressure. So where it hits the manhole, if you open up the manhole and you look, the water would be above the pipe but up high in the manhole. And that level of water is what you call the hydraulic grade line.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
So, John, generally, with drainage, we want it to go to an existing waterway. You know, so it's going across the street into a wetland.
Right.
And then eventually down to the Weir River, is that what you're?
Yeah.
It's going where it goes today at a reduced rate.
So, yeah, basically, right in here, you can't quite see it, but there's like it comes out right into here, and then it just goes through. If you went there and looked at it, you'd see water. I mean, it's kind of flowing most of the time. There's a little water flowing in
Just
there.
seems there are houses there, I guess I'm
There's a
not
house
missing.
on this side, and there's a house over here, and it's sort of in between. In a lot of places in town, you'll see that. There's like a strip of land, and the water flows through that strip. The houses are higher than that. It's just, probably that area was a bigger swamp, and it might have been filled on the edges a little bit, and now it's sort of...
Okay, thank you.
Gary, did you have any questions?
The only question I had is standing water. Is there more standing water above grade because of the more volume of water that's increasing, or the quantity of water that's coming from the fields? It's basically kind of sitting there on grade, is flowing slowly down to the Weir River. Is there more standing water and thereby more insects and things like that?
There shouldn't be more when they're done, because I think part of the problem now is that you have all throughout this area spots that are lower that don't have a drain. So every one of those low spots, I mean, you're talking, this is a pretty large area, and 3 or 4 inches lower than wherever it's got to flow to in a flat area like this can be a pretty expansive puddle. So when this gets graded to pitch, plus it all has under drains, that'll solve the water problem in this side. You know, you might still have some spots, depending upon how this part's graded, and if this already has problems and you're not touching it, but this should soak up a lot of that water. It's in, you know, the increase in the area around it. I mean, this thing, you know, looking at it, it's going to be critical to make sure it's built properly. Don't get me wrong, but if it's built properly with all the gravel and sand underneath here, water generally just goes right through. So it shouldn't pond here. But if there is this backup, it's like, then water's gonna come out wherever it can, and then it'll create those puddles. It should drain away within a reasonable amount of time, because it should drain back to the low point, which has a catch basin.
But if our standard were a 10-year storm, it's not right now handling a 10-year storm.
Normally, the standard is in a 10-year storm, you don't have a puddle. In a 100-year storm, you know.
What was the storm we had the other day?
I think as much as you think there was a lot of water, it probably was only a couple of inches, but because the ground was frozen and nothing was soaked in, 2 inches on ground like that can have a bigger impact than, 4 or 5 inches in the summer when the trees are growing and the ground soaks it up. It seemed like a lot of water, but there wasn't a ton of rain. But the ground also melted, so frost contributed additional water to that amount that fell.
Right, okay. Bill, did you have any questions?
No, I'm sorry.
Sarah? So, did you want to address what John just said, Mr. Seymour?
Sure. Thank you, John. As John points out, there's some substantial improvements on site drainage inherent in the project, and he's alluded to them. There are areas of the baseball field that are basically concave today, and it's very tight soil and it's ponding water. And there's some areas of this softball field that are also very, very poorly drained, which is getting moved and rebuilt over there. As the hydraulic model that we put together and John's reviewed to this point, we've provided some supplemental information with regard to the hydraulic gradient recently that he hasn't looked at. It's being made better by virtue of several things. First of all, what is concave or very, very flat today will be basically a turtle's back. That's how baseball fields are supposed to be graded. Secondly, we're going to open up that root zone material such that it's not compacted, and we're getting a lot more recharge into it. And thirdly, as John points out, based on the nature of the stone, and the stone, and it will be well built, and I don't think John's seen anything in the plans that would suggest otherwise. The stone underneath the field has got about a third void ratio. In other words, if you had 12 inches of stone, it should be able to, within its own footprint, store the 3-inch rainstorm before it discharges anything.
You said earlier it's 40%.
Pardon me?
You said earlier it's 40%.
I don't think so. I don't think so,
I
Paul.
heard that.
I'd love to get a 40% void ratio, but then you couldn't compact it. It wouldn't be dynamically stable. So by virtue of all of that, as John has suggested, the peak rate of off-site flows go down. The water's going where it's going today at a reduced rate, and probably later in the storm event. He is correct in that we do have a constriction that we're trying not to take ownership of in the street, that if we make it wider, we can reduce that hydraulic gradient such that we're not getting surcharged to the elevation of the rims of some of the structures in the 10-year storm event.
Okay, terrific, thank you.
And just a follow-up question.
Okay.
Bill, just
Yes, sir.
a quick question on the additional parking. Where does that water flow out to from underneath?
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Pete. Pete, can you run through that parking lot real quick? Sure. Both pre and post.
This is the parking, the new parking lot?
Yes.
That is going to be at a 5-foot higher elevation?
Yes, so this is basically the footprint of the existing parking lot right here, where it tapers off, as you can see right here.
Describe what that's doing today.
So today, this is basically what they call the FAR parking lot. It's just one piece of impervious pavement that is sloped and sheet flows toward the wetlands over here to the south. It currently sheet flows to the south. It's untreated, unattenuated. It doesn't no stormwater management practices are in place today. What we're proposing is, as part of the new addition to the south parking lot here, the portion of it today that sheet flows this way is we're socketing this part of the pavement and installing a subsurface infiltration system that will pick up the portion over here. It'll contain it and infiltrate it to its maximum extent, and in larger storm events, it'll be allowed to overflow and continue down gradient as stormwater would do today. The southern portion, we've basically split up into 3 parts, and those 3 parts will, as John alluded earlier, we've raised this parking lot side up to create the drainage that we needed and to create the separation from groundwater that we needed. And so the parking lot kind of bird baths. It goes up and down. At the low spots is where the water is collected. It goes toward the islands in the middle. They're grassed islands, but they have curbs around them, and they have curb openings to allow the water to sheet flow within them. And at points at the ends of those islands are the deep sump hooded catch basins that collect the water, help some of the pre-treatment, and then discharge into the subsurface infiltration systems. And then, again, similar to this fashion, in larger storm events, they're allowed to overflow to concrete splash pads here and to dissipate the flow and make it continue to sheet flow downgraded toward the wetlands as it would today.
Pete, using the graphic, just kind of explain what people would see at the surface?
Excuse me?
Sure. I mean, you've shown the infiltration chambers, but just describe what the parking lot physically looks like.
Yeah, well, this is the parking lot right here. As you can see, the islands, they're grassed. We've modified the the planting since the original submission that we showed you to have the plants be away, the root zones of the plants be away from the infiltration system. The infiltration system will be in the middle. The parking lot that you see here is the new parking lot. As it tapers off, we have the stabilized access to the overflow parking that would be here, utilized in this existing field.
How wide is that?
How wide is that? That's about, I would say, 30 feet wide.
Okay. And what's the elevation change between the top of the parking lot and the existing grade down below?
Over here, it's about 4 feet.
And how far does that parking ramp, or what do you call that, a ramp?
It's a, I call it a, it's a gravel stabilized access.
How far does that extend?
It extends, well, as you see here, it's about 4 feet. It's around a minimum of a 10-to-1 slope.
In real terms, how far does that extend?
50 feet.
So the additional, what do you call the extra parking? The overflow parking,
Yes.
sorry, is coming off of that ramp there.
Yes, similar to what we showed you before in the previous submittals, we're keeping the same area for overflow parking here.
Okay.
Same issues, it will still have a gate here as proposed before. The only change is that now that since we had to raise this end of the parking lot, we stabilized the access way, and it continues the same, basically the same footprint there.
In a spring situation where you were using the overflow parking and you also were at a time in the season where you'd have a lot of rain, what's the impact on a typical, let's say, a normal storm, a 10-year storm, and how average is that, and what would the parking lot be like in that kind of a situation? How stable would it be?
The overflow parking lot, it would be inundated with rain. Soils, I would imagine, I don't know.
The school system, we know that the parking lot is not going to be fully functional when the weather is inclement. The school system has agreed to let the parking happen on that, and if there is any damage to the field, they will repair it. But they're anticipating that there will be some damage to the parking lot in the inclement weather.
Will it prevent it from being used?
No, you would still be able to use it. It would just be that you may damage the field.
Damage the primarity of the field.
And is the drainage on that, where the overflow parking is the drainage such that the fields can continue their normal use or the use that they've had so far as practice fields?
Yes. Yes. The drainage is contained in here, and the overflow of the drainage during the larger storm events, what doesn't recharge into the ground, gets discharged at these overflow points, 1, 2, 3. And they're basically into like a splash pad, if you will, a dissipator to resume. It's not just a point flow, it spreads out and continues down the grass, similar to how the parking lot does.
Okay, great.
You mentioned at one point that something worked like bird baths. Can you just explain that?
Yeah, if you're ever in a parking lot that's essentially flat, in order to make the parking lot drain, you have high points and low points to grade the site out, high points and low points. The low points are where your collection points are. So basically, you have a high point here, you have a low point in the middle, kind of where the catch basins are. You have a high point in the middle of the islands, low point again at the ends where these catch basins are, and then this is your high point again. So.
And when designing the parking lot, I don't know that we've talked about this, or if we did, it was so long ago, plantings, did you do the proper tree plantings in accordance to the rules and regulations of the planning board?
Yes. Previously, we had most of our plantings for the parking lot in the islands, but because of the new infiltration systems, those are fairly shallow. So we've moved a lot of the plantings out to the boundary.
So when you were talking about the root systems, you moved them because of that issue?
Right.
Okay, so.
But we were maintaining a conservation. Previously, we had rain gardens in those islands, in these islands here. Yeah, you got that upside down.
I tried.
Previously, we had rain gardens in here, and that was part of the whole treatment system for the stormwater. Now, because of those infiltration galleys that are just below the surface underneath all those, we've moved the plantings off to the edge here. This is still intended to be a more naturalistic conservation seed mix. So there still will be rainwater moving through these islands into the catch basins and into the infiltration systems. But it's not a full, because of the depth, it can't be a full rain garden design.
Eric, that's now the proposed, that's...
This is now the proposed.
And that's what we have in our package, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay. Paul?
With respect to the landscape plan that you have up on the easel, is some kind of barrier around the parking lot, including the raised parking lot?
Right. Around the islands are all curving, 6-inch curving. Around the perimeter, there's no curve around this perimeter. Most of this drainage comes back into the parking lot, so we don't need the curving there. We do have a wood, right now what's out there is kind of a combination wood post and cable guardrail, and we're putting that, something very similar back in place.
One other thing that's reflected here is that we're also putting a 12-foot safety netting behind the goal mouth area of this field, so that we don't have conflicts here.
Okay, thank you. I think that gives us enough information to carry on with our conversation, right?
Yeah.
To leave drainage behind. Yes, Mary?
If you're satisfied. If you're, right, and if you're in the parking lots, if you wanted to, we have both, whatever Jeff Dirk is kind of here to
Yeah.
wrap up with,
We're
plus,
doing that
on the more, John Chester, we asked him to do an overall kind of zoning compliance chart, so, you know.
That's on there also.
That's all there too, so you could maybe talk to Jeff and then just go over those items as well, and you can do that with parking.
Okay, so since now we're on the parking lot, it's probably a good time for us to just leave drainage aside, because I think we've covered everything, thank you, and go on to parking, circulation, and traffic. I believe we've already covered parking, circulation, and traffic, but Jeff Dirk is here tonight to answer any extra questions and give us he's the planning board's peer review engineer, and so, Jeff.
Thank you and good evening. I think as you had mentioned, the majority of our comments have been addressed. I think we had 4 to 5 comment letters on the site plans as well as the traffic study in the project. And I think the most important piece of our review is to recommend that a traffic and parking management plan be prepared for basically large events at the campus. And we define those large events as basically being an event that may happen, combination of the field use as well as activities at the high school, where the demand for parking may exceed the available supply there. And I know that probably a couple meetings ago, I know the police department, the police chief is here tonight, and the school department had gotten together and worked out the framework of the traffic and parking management plan, which we did have an opportunity to review. And we think it has all of the major components that are needed to ensure that the fields will function in a safe and efficient manner, that the parking supply and what's expected to demands can kind of coalesce with each other. There's some minor things on the site plan that we have are outstanding, but they're basically signs and markings, I think, is what we have left to really deal with.
So the signs and markings that you have left to deal with, are those on the last letter that we received to you, from you, dated January 23rd?
That's correct.
Okay. Please.
Jeff, I have a question, an opinion rather. On sheet C108, and I'll just hand it to you to look at. There's a series of parking spaces right by the T intersecting.
Which ones?
Right here.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think that poses any kind of problem with the buses exiting from the main high school, with cars parked there, or is it wide enough? It looks like it's about 20 feet wide, I can't tell from this, but.
So I just want to let everybody know what we're talking about. There are, how many, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like 9? Is it 9?
Yeah, I count 9.
9 additional parking spaces, proposed head-in spaces on the field side of the driveway that leads from the high school out to Union Street.
Leads from the bus, where the buses exit.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But on the exit side of the, yes.
Right where the
In
buses turn, right there.
Yeah.
That's the question, I think.
Well, presuming, I'm presuming the way that it functions is that the buses leave before the traffic, basically any traffic that's on site relating to the cars or vehicles that may be in those spaces there, the buses leave and no one else is really moving in the lot there. That's kind of the way it functions. So my presumption is that when the buses are leaving here, there's probably little activity going to happen when the space is there.
Yeah.
And
I don't think so. I mean, I
But
think
the-
people are out when they're out and they're leaving. It's not like the middle school where they control who gets out at what time. They're all getting out at the same time. It's going to be,
well, I can't say, well, if
people
we
are going to
did,
go to their cars if they're there.
if we deal with the width first, that width should be sufficient for the bus to make the turn around the corner that's there, without intruding to the spaces that are there. I would, again, it really, if a bus is coming along or any vehicle that's coming out along there, I think that vehicles that may be using these spaces would need to be cognizant of anything that might be moving behind them when they back up. So I think from those two respects, there isn't something that jumps out and says there should be a problem. Typically, you don't like having parking at the end of a straight drive aisle. You tend to not want to have that, similar at intersections. So I would suggest that maybe those spaces there, you'd want to have them designated so that if there's cars parked there, they're going to stay there during that time period. I don't know, they can be staff parking or something like that, so that there's little activity happening with those spaces when the buses might be leaving. That might probably be a good idea for designating those.
Employee or something.
Something like that, just so that there's not a lot of activity happening with those. As again, at the end of drive aisles, you really don't like to have parking. Just errant vehicles, ice on the road, things like that. You've got something right in front of you, that's right.
So it seems like if it were for the weekend for games or something, it wouldn't be so much of an issue as if students were parked there
Correct.
at 2:30 trying to get out while cars are coming up those aisles. It might be a little bit hectic.
Right, and as I'm looking at these, it looks like the markings are designating those as handicap spaces.
We actually, we saw that issue, and the original set of plans that you have that you had in front of you showed handicap spaces in those locations. Because of that issue, we moved the handicap spaces to the west and made those regular spaces in that location.
So of these 9 spaces, are any handicap?
No.
Which sheet?
Not of these 9.
Which sheet?
I'm looking at the 9 that are at the end of the bus aisle.
The 9 that are across from the T are all regular spaces.
And the handicap ones are up by
They
the
moved to
turf
the
field.
west.
So
Closer to the field.
And they're a little bit at an angle?
Yeah.
Okay,
There's no
great.
handicap spaces shown on C-108.
Right.
Yeah,
And the-
I see them up above.
The ones with the hatches.
Okay.
And I just have a question for the school committee. So have you all considered making those 9 spaces maybe staff parking Monday through Friday, 8 to 4 or whatever?
Sure. Would be happy.
I'm just asking
Yeah,
if you see this as an issue.
No, I don't see it as an issue. You can make it student mom.
As long as they stay after school.
Yeah, that's what we can designate.
Yeah.
Special attendees.
Mary and I are just, in order to make the second half of the night go smoother, trying to keep track of any of the open items. And Jeff, could you just go quickly through what your open items are, so
Sure.
the board can determine whether or not they need to be referenced in the decision
Right.
as any kind of plan updates that are required or anything like that?
One of the things that was recommended in the original the traffic and parking study that was done, remember there's some discussion about sight lines at the driveways and the need to restrict parking. A lot of those elements on Union Street were implemented in the plan, but one thing that didn't show up was the Pleasant Street driveways, that there was sight line limitations up there, so that if some vehicles were parked on street on the high school side, you'd have difficulty exiting. So they had recommended that no parking signs be placed up there They haven't shown up on any of the site plans, so we've said that is an open item that needs to be addressed.
Perhaps it would be helpful as Jeff enunciates each of the open items that we just get a chance to comment quickly
Okay.
on their status.
Sure.
For the parking on Pleasant Street, we didn't have room on the site plans to catch it because it's off in the periphery. If you refer to sheet L202 of the set that you have, there is a note on there that makes note of adding the parking, the no parking signs on Pleasant Street, which will be coordinated with DPW.
Okay. So it's on the plan already. Okay.
The next comment, and some of these comments had to do with the fact that we only received just the sign and pavement marking plans. We didn't get the full site plan submission set. So some of them may have been addressed, but we didn't receive a full site plan set. The next one was the sidewalks down in the area between the two driveways. We had suggested, and they've incorporated in the plan, that the sidewalk here needs to be reconstructed and wheelchair ramps be placed at both ends of the curb lines. The sign and pavement marking plan didn't reflect that, so we just wanted to make sure that in the full, complete site plan set that it was reflected. So as long as that's incorporated.
Yes, that is shown on the site layout plans. If you refer to, I believe it's sheet L201. L101. So, C.
C101?
C101, or possibly the better spot to look at it is C104, which is the larger scale plan.
Jeff, do you want to look at this one? Yeah.
Where it shows the new curb ramp?
Correct.
With the ramps.
Yep. Okay.
And the last comment that we had suggested that some bicycle racks be added to the plan in a couple of locations. The last plan that we had seen, there was one bicycle rack installed, and I think it was close, it was generally up in this area here near the multi-purpose field. We also had suggested that down in the area where the south parking lot is, they should have bicycle racks down there as well. You tend to want to, we're emphasizing vehicle parking, you want to provide bicycle parking in the same areas you're providing vehicle parking. So they've got one up in this area here to service these fields. We suggested the same thing should be done down at the south parking lot.
We haven't shown any parking, bicycle racks in the south parking lot because we were worried about just the location, safety-wise and security-wise. We did show bicycle racks, if you refer to sheet 102, at both the C102, I'm sorry, at both the northwest and southeast corner of the field, the multi-purpose field, there are bicycle racks shown.
Why would bicycle racks present a safety issue?
It's more a security issue than a safety issue, just being so remote from the rest of the site.
So your thought is not to put any down at the far lot?
Correct.
So I see the one in the south west corner, I think it is, the bottom.
It's the top right corner and the
Southeast
bottom
corner.
left corner.
Oh, I see, okay, I found the other one, okay. Okay, and, you know, if you guys see a lot of bikes on the grass or something, the DPW has great, I think there's a program to get more bike racks in town, so you can always find more.
Bicycle racks at the high school now, and there's, and it's, you know, kids, there's not a lot of kids riding their bikes.
Yeah,
At the
yeah.
high school.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, it would be great if they were.
yeah,
They don't
okay,
have cars.
yeah. Okay.
That's it?
Thank you, Jeff, so much.
You're welcome.
I had one question,
Yes.
Jeff, before you go, I have one question. In some of our earlier reviews on the traffic, the question I have is on the occupancy percentage of the available parking on site.
Right.
What it means relative to the maximum number of vehicles the site can support within the site boundaries. And I'm looking at the current parking with the expansion is about 630 spaces, plus or minus. Can't remember exactly how many spaces there are, but 630.
It's pretty close to that, right. It was I think there's around 434 right now, and they're going to add maybe somewhere around another 200 spaces. So it roughly gets there, and we had, we correlated that to, that was the maximum number of vehicles they had parked during that Friday night football game when they did the observation. So it kind of reached, they would provide a supply that met what the maximum observed parking demand on the campus was at any one time.
So I'm wondering if there are that many spaces, and we're looking at what, about a 90, the ideal would be about a 90% occupancy percentage, something like that?
Right. For a major event, that's typically what you'd want to have.
I'm trying to get an understanding of is, within the current site provisions of parking, how many people would that support? And if we wanted to make sure that all of the parking could be handled on the site without the overflow going on the adjacent streets, what would that number be?
In terms of maximum occupancy is what you're trying to achieve?
I'm trying to make a correlation between maximum available parking and maximum occupancy that the site could handle without having to have the spill go outside the property onto the adjoining streets and thereby be managed. And it was a question that came up in our earlier discussions, and I just wanted to get a sense of what those numbers are.
Well, the issue that you really have in terms of the correlation, it has to do with the pickups and drop-offs that happen. Because I think when we looked at like the Friday night game, there was a lot of pickup and drop-off activity that happened. So we tried to correlate, when you looked at the number of vehicles that were arriving versus the number of the park there were more vehicles arriving than vehicles parked on the site. Some of that could have to do with the off-site, but I think they measured that as well. So it's very difficult to correlate those two things only because of the pickup and drop-off activities. And buses that may come with host towns and things like that as well. So there's not a good way to really draw a direct correlation.
I thought in some of the earlier summaries, though, there was 250 cars that couldn't be accommodated on the site, even with a traffic management plan, and police details that those cars basically had to go find parking adjacent to the site. And wasn't that?
Well, I think the maximum, when they filled everything that was on site, and there was, like I said, about 625 vehicles roughly on site, I think, then during that time period, I think there was another 60 or so that were parked off-site, roughly, I think is what we had observed. So with the plan the way it's laid out right now, I believe that they're going to have around 625 to 630 spaces, and then you'll still have the ability to be able to, I don't know how much the overflow would happen, but I think at that level of event, and I think this is what's in their traffic management plan, then you start to have the idea of having the off-site parking and things like that might have to come into play. But I think that's why the event traffic management plan is kind of structured to accommodate those events. Yes.
Right, and so I have the chart with the number of spaces.
But I think when you get to that level, if you have, like the Friday night game, and again, if you just, go back to what the experience was that was there, they will fill all of the parking spaces that have, including the overflow. So they had 625 spaces, so you assume even with the overflow, that's roughly what they're going to have. And then they're still going to have 67 vehicles roughly under that experience that they're going to have to accommodate. So say 60 that have to be accommodated elsewhere. And I think that's where they start to kick into the traffic management plan.
What's the threshold of the number of attendees that would kick that threshold into place? Is it 800? Is it 500? Or is more than 5? Is it 800? Is it 1,000?
You'd have to make some assumptions on the vehicle occupancy, and that's really what it comes down to. What you'd have to do, and this is one of the things, if you wanted to try to get that data from the observations they had done, was you'd have to know what the attendance level was, and maybe they can tell us that for like that Friday night event. So if we knew how many attendees were there during that event, we could correlate that to the number of vehicles that were there and get a rough estimate of what it would be. But the data, the way it was collected, you can't correlate those two things.
But Gary, I have a question for you. It seems like these are the peak observed Friday night was 625, plus the 67, which is what the parking management plan is addressing, and the number of seats are pretty much the same for the home bleachers.
Right, but I'm thinking...
And the games are pretty much the same, so
but the typical game is about 500 to 750, I thought was the maximum number of people. I thought that Friday night game was somewhere around 750. Now, I could be wrong, I'm going from memory.
That's not a typical game, though.
It wasn't a typical
That was
game,
an
but I'm
exception.
trying to get a sense of, if you provide occupancy on site for a certain number of people, and you figure an accepted range on the occupancy of 60% to 90% of the cars in terms of how many people are coming in a car and how many people are being dropped off, it seems to me there's a threshold that the site can accommodate, and over that, the site can't accommodate the parking within the boundaries of the site. And I'm trying to get to that number.
But I'm not sure why you want to get to that number. This peak Friday night, on the letter that we have from November 28th, there's a peak Friday night number of 625 plus 67. It seems like this, that the parking plan that's being proposed has 625 spaces. So it's telling us that there's 67 spaces short on the peak night.
I understand from that number, but the proposed occupancy on the site, if you do, let's say, the largest bleacher occupancy is 2,200. So people, but if you did 2,200 at a 60% occupancy percentage, which is low, it means more people are dropped off than people are parking on the parking lot. 2,200 at a 60% is 1,200 spaces.
No, but the zoning bylaw requires 3 spaces, one space for every 3 persons at peak capacity. So that would be at 700 spaces, which sounds like the 625, close to 625 plus 67. So you get, even on our zoning bylaw requirement, the most is probably in the 700 range, which sounds like the 625 plus.
Right. I mean, and that's a rough rule of thumb, is about 3 persons per
So it sounds like you still have a spill, though. I mean, you still have at least 60 to 100 cars. Yeah.
Right, and
that's what I'm trying to get a sense of. What will the site accommodate? What's the current provision for parking? How close is that to saturation, and how much over? Is it over? Because the overage typically is going to be on this, in the neighborhood, right?
Right, so that's what this chart is, though. This chart shows the typical day, the peak Friday night, and the peak Saturday. And it gives you the numbers of what the experience has been.
But I'm thinking in terms of the numbers on the saturation, the occupancy rate tell me that you really need more parking on site if you're going to accommodate all these people. Or you don't have as many people on site to fit the
But when you say this peak saturation rate, this peak Friday night, you're assuming that numbers are going to change from what's actually been experienced.
That number is lower than what is being proposed.
In the field, 1850, not the 2200, 1850 for that field.
But I thought the bleacher count was 2,200. 1850. But even at 60% on 1850.
15, 18, 20, 1, 5.
So 15% of that, 60% of that's what, 1,200?
No, but it's it's 30.
But then we divide by 3, like what our bylaw requires is that we just take that number of seats and divide it by 3 and come up with the number of spaces. So then we are acknowledging, say it's 1,800 divided by 3, that's the 600 spaces that we have. And we wouldn't want them to be over-parked.
I'm not worried about the overparking. I'm concerned about the spill that you currently have there now.
Right, which is why we have the parking management plan, and I think we need to get to that.
Judy, I just want to make one other point. This doesn't go to athletic events, but the Board of Selectmen's Policies and Procedures Manual, which is kind of the rules and regulations issued by the Board of Selectmen, already has, and it's been in place for many years, as I understand, that all parking regulations for Union, Downing, Pleasant, Stoddard, and Fountain Blue Streets are suspended, meaning that parking is allowed for town meeting, graduation, 4th of July, high school open house. So they've already called that out as they know it's going to exceed peak parking, and the town regulations, the street regulations by the selectmen are suspended in order to accommodate that. So, I mean, it's something that it's not new, and I know the chief's aware of it too, that
there are certain days where the town, through the selectmen, have recognized rare instances throughout a year where it's gonna happen, and there will be some overflow parking off-site.
But my understanding is that the expectation is that the parking requirements of town meeting are greater than
Yes,
the parking
yes.
requirements of the
Exactly.
typical Friday night
Yes.
football game.
Yes.
So that would not be required, and we would be using the traffic management plan. Yeah?
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, you could probably have that number of people at a Thanksgiving Day game, I think, too, but the management plan is there.
Chief Perino, did you have anything you wanted to add about the parking management plan or about this overflow parking?
Okay, we've had several meetings with the school committee, and the big point I was making throughout this whole thing was I needed a place to put cars in case we need the overflow, and that has been granted here. So that's why we met just a week ago about, you know, if it was raining, we're still going to use that field, you know, because if we don't use the field, then they're going to go into the neighborhoods.
Right.
So I think we've buttoned up a lot of this the parking management, but I need that extra field to.
So what Susan Murphy just read about the 5 or 6 times when the selectmen waive the on-street parking.
All right. I'm hoping that with this overflow, we won't have to put the cars on the street.
So you're kind of going to review it after a while? and
Yeah, we're going to see how it works, but my goal is that even those exemptions that the selectmen gave us, we won't need it.
Okay,
I'm going to put the cars on the field.
terrific. Okay. Does anybody else have questions for the chief? No? Okay, thank you so much. Jeff, thank you. So I think we'll continue on from parking, circulation, and traffic to, and people who want to ask a question at the end of this part of our hearing, we'll have time to ask a question, so don't despair. I'm just trying to get through everything. The landscape plan and lighting. I know that your landscape plan has changed in this new version. Would you like to just give a quick summary of how it's changed? And I think the neighbors would be particularly interested in getting some of the details of, you know, the proposed bulk of the buffer.
The landscape plan in the parking lot expansion has changed. It's reflected as it's currently designed in the plans that you have. We've talked about that already.
Right.
I'm going to ask Eric to go right to the landscape buffer between ourselves and the abutting property.
Thank you.
From our original submittal, we've been proposing a buffer along the Downing Street property line between the school, the existing track, and the Downing Street properties.
It is not what we have. I'm sorry, can I just interrupt? That has a date on it, 1/28?
Right.
Are all the plans you're showing today have a provision date of 1/28?
No, just this one.
All right, then we don't have, this one, that looks like
This one,
6.
yeah, this one was changed for conservation with some discussions with conservation
Okay.
last week.
We need that sheet.
So the previous plan that we had shown you was basically just a straight line of plantings along that property line. We've all proposed native plants, Colorado spruce, arborvitae, eastern red cedar, was what was shown on that original plan. From some comments that we had from conservation, we broke up that soldier line of plantings and really made this tried to make it more of a random, naturalistic buffer as opposed to a soldier line of plantings. We've also added some plantings. We added some Rose Bay rhododendron and also some arrowwood, which is a viburnum dentatum. All these are native natural plants, and we've tried to make it as naturalistic as a border possible. One thing that did change other other thing that changed from what you previously saw is we had extended the plantings down past the houses that were on Downing Street. Because that's in a regulated area, we brought some of those plantings out, we scattered them up here. So we've actually added more plantings to the plan, and just made it more naturalistic along this edge.
The original sizes proposed?
Yeah, that's the other thing, is we had originally had 7 to 8 foot plants for all those plants. We've beefed up the size of those plants so that Colorado, and made a little more variety in the size of the plants. So the Colorado spruce, we increased to 8 to 10 foot height going in. The arborvitae to a 10 to 12 foot height when it goes into the ground. The red cedar 7 to 8 foot height. We kept that at the height we had. So we tried to get a little more variety in the planting heights and also increase the heights of what's there now, or what was previously proposed.
The note on your plan says it's 5 feet from the fence.
That's the genuine.
Right.
Right, but is that a little tight for evergreens that are gonna grow and expand?
It is, but they're not going to expand that much, and the mowers will maintain it at the height so they can get a mower in there at the lower height. Because we do have the fence. The fence is still proposed for the whole property line. It's a board fence, and that's proposed from the end of the track fence down in this end, all the way up to the property corner at the corner of the school.
How tall is the fence?
6 feet.
6?
And these are pictures of the fence.
Eric, you can see the 2 telephone poles here and here. This being the corner of the track, this being the end of the existing bleachers. Show on the plan where that matches up to.
So this end is this corner right in here, where the existing bleachers are.
As you can see, beyond that point, you're into the buffer of the wetland area, and it's simply mowed grass regardless, and it will stay that way.
And that was this area here, would be this area.
Okay.
Eric?
And, sorry.
How tall will the evergreens get? And I'm just thinking in terms of screening from second floor windows. Will these be 20, 30 feet tall, or how tall a screen will they ultimately be?
We tried to break up the heights, and we also, one of the things that I was conscious of when we were designing this was some of the larger trees, we didn't want to be shading these houses permanently with the larger trees. So we broke it up with the Colorado spruce will probably get the taller, 60 feet, mature height. It'll take quite a few years to get there, but those we tried to get in locations so they're not shading the houses in the morning, and they're not shading the houses all day. The arborvitae will stay shorter, 30 feet, 40 feet, and as will the eastern red cedar. The eastern red cedar will get big, but it takes a long, long, long time to go really above 50 feet.
That's terrific. And can you show us the other side of the field, the whatever screening is for the properties on Union Street?
On Union
It's 101.
Oh, yeah. I'll find that one.
So as far as screening from Union Street, we've got a number of street trees along this edge, which would be the east edge of the field. These trees are actually the only non-native trees we're proposing for the plan. There's Zelkovas. Those are a kind of an elm-like tree in shape, and the reason we are specifying them is because they're an upright tree, they grow upright, and you're not going to have branches overhanging the walk at a low elevation. And then the river birch we have in the kind of the focus areas where we've got the pavers and the stone columns.
Is it a taproot?
It's not a taproot.
Is there any issue with respect to compromising the pipe structure?
There's always a conflict between plantings and utilities underground. These are not tremendously invasive root systems. For example, a red maple would be an invasive root system, and any willow would be an invasive root system.
So that's figured into the calculation with respect to the choice of trees you've selected?
Yes. And this is the the artist's rendering of what those trees will look like. The shape is not quite there, but also in these areas between that walk, you can't see because it's underneath these trees, but between the walk and the field itself, there are also some naturalistic plantings. We've got some bayberry and some common juniper that are going in those areas also.
But behind those trees, I can't see from here, there's a cyclone fence?
There's a, yes, there's a, the chain link fence is behind those trees, between the walk and the field.
And are those trees all deciduous? No.
Yes.
They are all deciduous. So, you know, tomorrow morning I wake up and I live on Union Street and I look at that field, there's nothing green.
Correct. Well, there would be with the shrubs.
The field is green.
That are along here. The shrubs, the bayberry and the juniper will get between 4 and 8 feet high. So there will be some green out there this time of year.
And the, so you'll have a direct view though to the bleachers?
Of the back of this bleacher, yes, other than the trees that are.
And to the front of the other bleachers, right?
Well, in this area there is the only area you'd be able to see underneath the trees.
I think her point, Eric, is that there's no evergreen plantings at this time of year.
Right.
Right.
You're going to be able to see through the trees and see the other bleacher. That's true.
Right. That's true with the trees, but where these shrubs are, those are going to get larger, so you're not going to be able to see through those.
Right, but if I live on Union Street and I'm looking out, you know, I open the door,
Right.
there's the bleachers.
This is a little misleading, obviously, because we have a top-down perspective. This perspective isn't street level, obviously.
Right, right. And where is the what's it called? The concession stand, the building?
Right there.
And what is the square, because it doesn't look very big from here. But it sounded like it was going to be.
That's the accurate size that's shown on plan, which I believe is 55 by 40. Don't quote me on that.
I'll check it.
20.
I think it's about 2,500. Is the current concession stand still there?
Current concession stand would be over in the corner.
What size is that one,
that
just to give us a?
Yeah, what size is that building?
You know what, if you go to L101,
Yeah.
you can see the existing building kind of behind the track, and then you see the new building next to the multi-purpose field. So it looks a little bigger, but yeah, it's hard to say, you can't see the whole.
Right, you
Maybe a
can't see the whole
third
length of
bigger,
it.
maybe a third bigger. It's not double.
Are you looking
Yeah.
at C101?
I'm looking at L101, just because I see the building kind of up here in the corner.
Yep, C101 or L101, you can see both buildings.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
And what color are the bleachers?
The bleachers are mostly, they're anodized aluminum, but they will have colored, the risers will be colored. So that's what you're seeing as far as the color in here.
Like what color?
The reddish, I believe it's a crimson.
They can be any color you'd like them to be.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking if I lived across the street from them, what color would I want them to be? Because it doesn't sound like they're going to be blocked very, like, they're going to be pretty visible, right?
We can do a neutral color on those. Press box, red, if you could have press box, that small.
Right, I mean, that seems
rectangle.
reasonable, but just the whole wall of a color seems a little
Yeah,
obtrusive.
We can do neutral if that's what you.
It would, I think it, for me, it would be if I had to look at it all year.
We haven't asked about the scoreboard yet, size of it, location of it.
The scoreboard here is right in this location here. It's typically you mount a scoreboard 10 feet above grade to the bottom of the scoreboard, and the scoreboard is usually about 8 feet tall above that 10 feet, and I believe it's 12 feet.
Is it on one of the detail plans?
It should be.
compared to the current scoreboard?
It's the same size, I believe, as the current scoreboard, which is right now down in this corner here.
So it'll be in the bottom left, you're saying?
It'll be, yes.
And clearly facing the field?
Yes.
Okay.
Perpendicular to Union Street?
Right.
Maybe at a, probably more like a 30-degree angle to Union Street facing the main bleachers.
Okay, does anybody have any other?
Does the board would you like to have included in the final plan set a detailed plan of the scoreboard or not?
I'm indifferent.
Is the lighting on the scoreboard an LED kind of a projection
Yes.
lighting?
Yes.
Are there any graphics on the scoreboard?
Yes.
There are, so in other words, like a screen, like a visual type of a screen? No.
No, not a lighted screen, no.
There aren't any ads or anything?
No ads. Probably the school logo and home and visitor,
But the illumination is of the numbers, not of the image.
not of the images, correct.
So it's going to be similar to what's there now,
Correct.
in terms of the illumination and the size.
Very similar to what's there now.
And if it's helpful, we've got some different spec sheets for different alternatives, but this has some of the data on it, so if I can submit that.
That would be great.
Mary.
Do you need
And
it
because this is a public
spreadsheet
job,
added to the plan or not?
I think it would be helpful to have whatever you choose, just add it to the plan so that the building commissioner has a frame of reference.
yeah, we could certainly give you an idea of what it looks like, but because it's a public bid and there's different
Right.
products out there, we could give you a very good idea of what it looks like, but we can't.
I think it's
nail
mostly
down
the
anything.
dimensions and which parts of it are illuminated that would be
Right.
most, of most concern.
We could certainly do that.
Is there a reason on the landscaping that you didn't consider, more screening for Union? Because it does seem a little minimal. I think Judy's kind of made that point a couple times.
We could certainly add additional screening.
I'm concerned if you do that, to be honest with you, because I'm worried about that piping being compromised if you have too many root structures climbing away into the ground.
Well,
There's nothing now. This is,
Right, but there's not a stadium there for Union Street.
the visiting grandstand.
Well, I see what you're saying, is that that if you look across now, you see the bleachers on the other side. It's just,
Quite a bit further.
that the green is no longer a natural sort of green out there any longer, right? It's artificial turf that you're looking at, so it would be nice to have something natural to soften the view from what was sort of a natural landscape to now is an artificial one. So if, I'm just thinking is not so much the quantity, but if they're all deciduous trees, would it be in keeping with the landscape plan to make some of those deciduous trees evergreens to kind of keep it green for some part of the year?
We could. Well, we've got, right now we have, this will form a hedge, but it's not embedded in the bleachers. On either side of the bleacher, there is a landscaped area.
That will be a hedge.
That will be a hedge, and that is
Right, you said it will be 4 to
evergreen.
8 feet.
Right.
Yeah, so it's going
And
to be.
that is evergreen.
What about something behind those bleachers? I mean, I understand what Paul's saying
Yeah.
about the pipes, but you must have a general idea of where those pipes are, and so,
Yeah, well, we could add something.
I
It
think
would
that-
just be encroach on the field that's there now a little bit. I think we've got room to do it.
According to the rendering, it
Yeah.
looks like it's outside the outfield fence.
Yeah, and even if the 2 trees that are there just were evergreen rather than deciduous, and you added 1 or 2, I just think
Yeah.
it would be a better visual for the passerby and for the people on the other side of the field.
and something behind those bleachers
Yeah,
to
something behind the
protect.
bleacher and, something that fit in.
Is that something we can pick up through a condition of
Yeah.
approval?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
absolutely. Okay, terrific. If anybody has questions about landscape, now's the time. So the sound study is next, but thank you for your patience with that. And I know you've already presented us with the sound, so if you can I think what most interests us is kind of relative to what is there today, and, yeah.
Sure, okay. My name is Matt Moore. So what's there today? Yeah, I mean, if you look at the letter that I did submit.
The November 30th?
Yeah, the November 28th, 30th.
28th.
Yep. So table 4, the last page, page 8 of the written part.
Which one
This one.
Yeah, I know. It's 3 notebooks, so it's in my first notebook. Thank you, you are a dear. As a teacher, you know exactly where the reference is.
So in terms of the sound levels, you know, on Long Downing, we're going from the old fields, they're approximately 68 dBA. This is outside, in their backyard. They're at approximately 68. We're going down to 56. And then we're same thing with the other residents along west along Downing. So that's.
What are you referring to right now? This sound
one?
study?
Yep.
This one? Page
Yeah,
4?
and page 8.
Oh, page 8.
Table 4 on page 8, sorry.
Okay.
So we showed so currently it's at receptor 1 on the plan here. It's on Long Downing. It's around 68 dBA, and it'll become 56, right along that 55 range, right?
Right.
Okay, and then receptor 2, which is right nearby, is the same, basically the same level, 68 dBA and 55.
Okay.
So there's a significant change. And that's a big change.
Okay.
Okay, can you go over those numbers one more time? I have this chart right in front of me.
Yeah, so the first line is receptor 1, R1.
Okay.
Right, and that's 68 today.
I have 60 on this one.
That's on
No,
the
that's
different.
So look at figure 14 is what you should be looking at.
Okay. Okay, figure 14, gotcha.
And that's assuming the second option system, right?
Right, so that's the option that we're proposing, the larger, more expensive option. It's currently 68. We're showing on the plans it's going to be 56.
And Matt, when we drafted a letter for the board, which we submitted about a month ago, I forced you to characterize that in terms of a percentage reduction, and you begrudgingly did so. What was that reduction?
I mean, well, it's not a percentage reduction, I'm sorry.
I know.
It's to correlate sound levels and percentages to subjective loudness, very hard to do. But if you have a change of 10 dB, in general, it's perceived as a halving.
As a what?
As a halving.
Half.
A halving.
50%.
A reduction of, it sounds about half as loud. If you were able to flip a switch and go from today at 68 to tomorrow at 56, that's more than a halving of the sound, subjectively. So,
What is the ambient sound without the gain, without the sound?
I didn't do a study of the ambient sound, but in general, in those residences, it's 41 to 45, 46 dBA as the ambient sound. So it will be 10 dB more than that, which is a doubling. But again, the ambient sound is different than you know the speech than projected. It's still a significant change, especially along Downing.
Is the system a distributed system? Are you localizing it with smaller speakers within the?
It's a combination of distributed and so along the bleachers there's 10 distributed speakers, and that's what I'm showing on AV01, which is the next page right after page 8. there's 4 along the press box, and then there's 3 smaller ones along the poles. So there's 4 along the press box, right? 4 smaller ones. So that's distributing it across that central seating section. And then when you go to the poles, with our larger option 2, we've got 3 on each lighting pole, right? So that's what I tried to show with the yellow highlights on that AV01 and the purple for the press ones. So it's as distributed as we could without adding additional poles along the bleachers. And then for the turf itself, we've got 2 loudspeakers on each pole. 2 larger loudspeakers tilted down towards the field.
So the larger centralized speakers are reflecting the sound, projecting the sound more on an acute angle across the field?
Yeah, they're about a 15-degree angle down, 10 or 15 down, and that's so we can get some coverage, some good coverage on that field.
Great.
You know, very directional.
Okay.
We did, you know, that's it. I mean, we did do some predictions on the opposite side, but that's about it.
Pretty consistent with what you already reviewed.
Right, sure.
Okay. Do you have any more questions?
Just the relationship of the speakers on the poles. If those seem to be the ones that would be projecting the sound towards Union Street.
Yes.
Or there'd be a reflection of sound back from the bleachers into the neighborhood on Downing Street. Is there a way to lower those, adjust those? Is there a way to mitigate any of the placement of this to improve the sound levels in the yards along Downing Street?
I think we've done the best we can, because we've raised the loudspeakers up. You know, similar to the lighting discussion was, it's counterintuitive, but we have to raise them up. They're very directional. So, and what we've done is because they're larger, they reject more sound behind them. So the low frequency energy is going to be less because they're larger. So we've done that and tried to mitigate how much reflects back, not reflects back, but it continues back behind the loudspeakers. We've also this loudspeaker that this side is not symmetrical with the opposite side. So we tried to actually aim it away from the building a little bit more, and it doesn't show up in numbers, but the reflections that come off the side of the school have been minimized a little bit more, so that they don't hear it. They don't hear that as much on Union Street.
So the only way to lower the decibel level at the Downing Street properties then would be to increase the height of the fence, or put some kind of a backer there that would reflect the sound?
The only way to do it would be to turn the sound system down even further, and then why would you even have a sound system? It's going to be just above crowd level of people talking. I mean, we could try to do more. We could put more loudspeakers, bigger loudspeakers, more of them, but I think there's a point of diminishing return.
Okay, thank you, that's very helpful.
I'm just trying to make sure that we can reference all the plan sets, because I didn't realize that these plans weren't in this set.
Right, that's only in the report that
Are those plans in the report?
Oh, yeah.
Copies in there?
Yep.
So they are there?
Yeah.
Like their number is the same?
It's the November 28th report.
Okay. All right. Yep.
Do you want my copy?
No, that's good. We have it. I just want to make sure we reference it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So finally, on our kind of review of all the different aspects is the use policy. And at our last hearing, we went through the use policy in a lot of detail, and I think we came to an understanding of what the school committee's policy would be. Since then, I sat with our planner and tried to take the school committee's policy plus, on January 22nd, the school committee sent us their policy with some PowerPoint slides as the whole of the policy. I took that information and turned it into a schedule of allowed uses and a list of conditions, and sent that to the school department, and I think Mary sent it to each one of the board members. I'd like to just go through it, because I think the school committee has probably had a chance to make sure that this is what was in their policy, which can, is their policy. This is the schedule of allowed uses, and it is the conditions for our permit and for the building commissioner's enforcement purposes. And so we tried to put it into a format that's consistent with the other types of schedule of uses that we have in our zoning bylaw and in the permits that we issue. So if you would bear with me, I just want to make sure that what's in this, which would become part of our permit, is the same as what's in your policy. And it's my understanding that it is, because we went line by line. There's one sentence in here, however, that I would like to clarify with the board and with you. So this is fall season, Monday through Friday, lights until 8:30, plus 3 Friday nights till 10 for the football games. Saturday lights till 9, Sunday lights till 5. Amplified sound, until 7:30 twice a week. Additionally, 10 p.m. for 3 Friday night games for the football team, the high school football team. Saturday from 4 to 8 twice per season for Hingham Youth Football and for any daytime high school events. Sundays until 5 on 6 Saturdays per season, and the start times differ by month: 12 September, 11:30 October, 11 in November, and that's for 3 back-to-back games each time. There's no use in the winter. In the spring, the lights Monday through Friday till 8:30, Saturday till 9, none on Sunday. The amplified sound, again, the same as in the fall, would be 7:30 twice a week, but in addition, it would be 3 Friday night high school games till 8:30. And Saturday, I originally had a question about this, but it was cleared up. It's Saturdays from 4 to 8 twice per season for high school teams, and additionally, any daytime high school events. The note to all of the use of the lights and sound, there are 2 notes to that schedule. One says lights and sound may be used for Hingham High School tournament or playoff games with the permission of the school committee. So there might be additional games for those additional games involving lights and sound in the spring or in the fall for tournaments or playoffs. And notwithstanding the schedule, lights may remain on 15 minutes after a game. So you might see some variation on the light time to allow for safe egress from the game. Does that agree with your policy?
We're going to manage to our policy, but
they have to be they have to be the same. So I just want to go through it with you, and if you could just tell me where this doesn't, where this is not the same as your policy.
I'm worried about the salary.
Which one?
Fall and spring, 4 to 8, twice per season for Hingham football, but also for daytime Hingham high school events. I don't think, I just want to make sure we can go into the 4 o'clock time period if we have to. Right? If a game, we start a football game at 1 on a Saturday, we might go into that 4 o'clock. 4 to 8.
Oh, I see. I see. So maybe it's just for high school. Maybe it's not daytime. Maybe it's for Hingham High School events.
Yeah, I wouldn't say. Yeah, I would just use daytime.
Okay.
Except, what could that mean, Judy?
That could mean that they, on the Saturdays that they don't have. Well, you tell us what it means, because. I guess what's the expectation for?
So if the Saturday football game starts at 1, there's a medical emergency, we run over, or we have to schedule a game later than 1 o'clock, it starts at 2, or for SATs or whatever's going on, it might run into that 4 to 8 o'clock time period. I can't tell you exactly what time,
Right, right. So there might be games during the day on Saturday.
Well, there are. All our football games
Right.
are typically held.
Right, during the day, but I'm saying that involved lights.
Yeah, I mean, if it, all of a sudden it got dusk at 5 o'clock and it was a safety issue, we would turn them on.
You would turn them on.
We can have lights anyways until 9 PM on
Sure.
Saturday, so.
So maybe then it's additionally for daytime Hingham High School events and Hingham High School games. And then the games aren't at the daytime. What I think people just need to be assured that there's not going to be things other than Hingham High School games going on beyond the daytime. And as far as an expectation goes.
Well, you're just referring to PA.
Right.
Right, because we can have lights on until 9.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, I'm just referring to the PA system.
Carol, you just might want to note for your own clarification that the policy that was emailed to Mary that's dated January 14th, Judy basically just took exactly verbatim off of that. So it was 4 to 8 for 2 Saturday night games per season, except for daytime high school games to be determined by the school administration. So we're just clarifying that so that you can make sure your games are covered.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, so I mean, I just don't want to, I want to make sure we don't
Yeah,
run
okay,
into
well, she had
something.
just taken it off of what she had
Right,
gotten
this
from you
is-
guys, so.
I'm not changing anything from what you sent us and from our last conversation. What I want to make sure is that this is very clear to everybody, because I think it's all about managing expectations. So, and the building commissioner, 20 years from now, has to have the same expectations that we have here tonight. Well, whatever, whatever
It
the,
appears, we talked about this, it appears consistent with the policy. The only point, your efforts to put it into the grid, little things like that with the overflows, that would be basically.
so where is it in yours that there's no misunderstandings? So when I see last week in August to third week in November on this use policy for multipurpose fields, it says PA, 4 to 8 PM for 2 Saturday night games per season.
So, but if you realize now that, wait a minute, maybe we didn't take into account for the game that runs over because there's an injury or whatever else, then now it's the time to clear that up so it doesn't become an issue for you guys, right? Let's clear it up so that it's not, right? Right, you want to make sure that you can run into that time if you need it, because the game starts at 2, the state starts, right? So.
Yeah, so tell us how to,
I think the issue was because it's the school committee's policy, we didn't feel like we had to be any more specific than that because the high school events are what they are.
Right, but at the end of the day, when this gets attached to the permit, this is what will get posted in the field house. So we just want to make sure it's clear and that no one questions, like, for example, you start the game an hour later. We don't want you to get questions or the town hall to get a phone call saying, oh, it's the 3rd Saturday. We'd rather make sure that this was absolutely clear that you have the right to do the high school football games at that time.
I'm
right?
just comfortable taking out the word daytime and putting for Hingham High School events. I mean, whether it's game, whatever it is, you have the lights on.
But Judy, then that
means every
that means
Saturday.
every Saturday until 9 o'clock.
For Hingham High School events.
Okay, just as long as, as long as the board's okay with that.
I'm not
just so you
okay with that.
understand what you're saying.
I think that you should wait until you raise your hand and want to say something to all of us. I really do. Otherwise, it's going to get really tense really quickly. Okay, thank you. So
That's pretty, again, if one of the roles we have is protecting the neighborhood, that's pretty tough to have amplified sound every Saturday.
Well, what did the ad hoc committee agree on with?
We have amplified sound now.
Right.
Margaret just came up, we run football games Saturdays.
Okay.
At 2 o'clock.
Okay.
So I
So
just
what,
want to make sure.
what was the agreement with the ad hoc committee about Saturday use of the PA system with the high school teams.
That we can use it. We didn't restrict
Right,
ourselves
okay.
at all.
Okay.
Judy, what if this, rather than just saying daytime high school, you could say additionally, daytime high school events and, Hingham, high school football games, to make sure that they get the full high school football game in, there's no question, no one's complaining about it. I mean, right? I mean, it would be silly if it started getting dark at the fourth quarter of the football game and they couldn't use the sound. Or whatever, that said the game run long, that would be silly, right?
Right.
Right.
Well, the light just lets you use it till later. So the question is it just for Hingham High School, the daytime Hingham High School events and Hingham High School games?
I'm just trying to make sure
It's
that.
Hingham Youth Football as well.
It's clear.
Well, the Hingham Youth
Whatever-
Football, we're clear, right? It's from 4 to 8. That's good. Okay. So it's just how to word that so that it doesn't stop at 4 o'clock if you need the sound after 4 o'clock, right?
Yeah, but the only sport they would need sound for would be football play-by-play, because the other sports would be.
And they'd start before 4.
Right. And if the other sports ran later, let's say a soccer game ran later, a lacrosse game later, it's not a play-by-play event. Football is the only one, so you could probably say football, I think, would cover what you're looking for.
But again, I think you're becoming too specific, right? I mean.
Well, what would be the other
just put
sport?
I
What
mean-
other sport would need amplified sound in the second half?
Can I answer that?
Sure.
That would be a state tournament lacrosse game. We had one, I believe it started at 5.
You do play-by-play on lacrosse?
We don't do play-by-play, but we would do an announcement. It was a semifinal state tournament game.
So we have an allowance for the tournament games where really for tournament games, the lights and sound can be used at your discretion for tournament games. I mean, that's what's in the policy, the way it's written right now. It's also in the policy, the way it's written right now, that on 2 Saturday nights, Hingham High School teams are using the amplified sound from 4 to 8, and additionally daytime. So I think we could say, for daytime Hingham High School events and Hingham High School teams. I don't know.
Didn't we make a distinction between games and practices? I thought that the practices didn't have the sound and that the lights were earlier on the practices.
You never would use.
We didn't do that?
You wouldn't use amplified sound in practice, it wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So on any of these Saturdays that you're talking about, was practices scheduled on the Saturdays?
The fields will have normal use on Saturdays until 9 o'clock because the lights allow that.
So that's every week in that time frame from
Right, and
August
this-
3rd?
Yes.
4th week in August to the
Yep.
3rd week in November?
Yep, yep. And so the issue is with the sound, because from my understanding from that sound study is that the sound during games is not only the amplified sound, but the sound of crowds in the bleachers is more than the sound of the actual amplified sound. So the games are what's really driving the sound in the neighborhoods. So if there's, if there are going to be high school games on Saturdays in the fall, have you read the Saturdays in the spring description?
Yes. So we didn't limit that at all to high school sports. We just left that open in our policy.
From 4 to 8 twice per season?
Right.
Period. So for any team?
For any team.
High school.
Okay. I'm just trying to see if the Saturday in the spring could give us some guidance for the fall.
No, because the fall is the high school football games that aren't on Friday nights. The home high school football games that aren't on Friday nights. I think there's a concern as to, maybe they start an hour later for whatever reason. They could run into the dark, the lights may need to go on, the PA system is still gonna be going.
Yeah,
So
if you just added for daytime, work with me here, propose something. If it says for daytime Hingham High School events and for Hingham High School football games.
Any games, right? Any games.
Okay, so then, but then are you suggesting then, rather than it just being 2 Saturday nights till 8 PM for Hingham Youth Football, it could be every Saturday night till 9 PM, lights and sound for any Hingham High School sport? That's what you would be proposing? I just want to make sure everybody knows that that's what's being proposed.
Well, no, I mean, we don't have any now. I don't think, Margaret, that's our league practice. All mixed football games are started at 2, 3. But again, if we have a playoff game that starts at 5, like Margaret just referred to, we want to be able to have the right to hold that game.
But the tournament and playoff games are exceptions in the policy. In this schedule, tournament and playoff games are outside of this schedule.
Involving a Hingham team. Am I correct?
Right, involving Hingham teams. I think what would solve this issue is that this amplified sound for non-playoff and tournament would be Saturday, at least according to what we talked about, from 4 to 8 twice per season for Hingham Youth Football, additionally for daytime Hingham High School events and for Hingham High School team games.
Yes. Okay, but as long as the board, you have a majority of the board that's in agreement that that could be every Saturday until 9 o'clock. That could be the way it's worded. So as long as everybody understands that that's what that language would say, and you're all on board in it, it's fine. It's just that's what the change is.
What did you agree with the ad hoc committee?
So what we agree with ad hoc is long gone. We've gone back to school committee 3 times.
So you didn't talk about Saturdays?
We did, in depth. And this is our policy, how it's written.
Okay, so the way this is written, the PA, if we look at your use policy from January 14th, the PA says from 4 to 8 for 2 Saturday night games per season, except for daytime high school events to be determined by the school administration. It doesn't talk about any other use of the PA.
Judy,
So
their original ad hoc recommendation was every Saturday amplified sound until 8 PM, unrestricted. So that was their original ad hoc recommendation.
So if we say for daytime Hingham High School events and for Hingham High School games until 8 PM.
Right, for the sound.
For the sound, I'm talking about that little box with the sound only.
Yeah.
That could, go ahead.
I guess the thing that is a little bit different from what I originally thought it was, this is really 6 days a week for, what, 12 weeks? I didn't think it was every Saturday. I thought it was, I thought it was...
Which part?
I'm talking lights and sound in the fall. I'm looking at the fall. I thought we were talking the sound twice a week, and then on the Saturday. So that's 3 days a week for the sound at night. And then I thought for some reason we weren't talking every Saturday until 9 with the lights. I thought it was, we had selected Friday nights, 3 Friday nights, but what you did have is Monday through Thursday every night with the lights. But what I'm seeing now is it's really 6 days for 12 weeks.
Yes, it is.
Which seems to me, that's a lot of lights for a lot of, I'm thinking of the neighbors.
I know.
It just
but
seems to me to be every day. I'm not sure that that's what is that what the board
It's pretty
really
much
thought?
what we voted last meeting. I mean, we had the
We
same,
didn't vote on
we
it.
had this,
Yeah.
not voted, sorry. This is pretty much what we discussed last meeting. And I know we had this conversation because Sarah said, I'm really not in favor of this. I
Right.
really think it should be 2 or 3 nights, not all 6. And we had this conversation already.
I mean, I think if you had every Saturday, wouldn't you look at what you do Monday through Thursday? I'm just thinking of, there are young children who live in
I
the
know.
neighborhood immediately adjacent, and I'm just thinking that their bedtime is now 8:30, 8:45. The lights will be off, potentially 8:45. And I'm just thinking of where are the neighbors coming from on this, because the kids don't go to bed that late,
Right,
do they?
that's why on the amplified sound, the thinking was with the buffering, with the fencing, et cetera, that the light wasn't really the issue, that it was the sound which was pernicious, which is why it was basically pulled back. So that's why the sound actually ends before the light.
I realize, but what I was thinking with the 8:30 to 8:45 lights, you're going to have the ambient sound of the crowd which is the 80 decibels, so that's louder than the PA. So the irony is you're going to get the audience sound, or the spectator sound is going to be the sound that's in the neighborhood adjacent. And it just seems to me, if 7:30 is a typical bedtime in the fall during school time, it seems to me, wouldn't you think of doing it 2 nights a week or doing it till 7:30? If it's going to be 6 days, wouldn't you ratchet it back so that it's...
It's not 6 days with sound. I think it's hard for everybody to break lights and sound. There's 2 different policies for lights and sound.
But what
saying
Gary's saying is, if you have a lighted game, the sound from the cheering crowd is like amplified sound.
It's actually more, it's 80 decibels,
So-
whereas the amplified sound is 60.
By allowing the lights means there will be noise, is what Gary's saying.
But there's
That
only...
there wasn't,
There's
there
only
isn't
so many
today.
games that we can schedule for our high school teams, right? So it's not like there's going to be a game every night that there's lights. There'll be practices going on. And when there's practices, there's not cheering, right? So we have 2 games Monday through Thursday. We have 3 Friday night games. And then we typically run all the other Saturday games during the day.
Which is pretty much what happens
two.
now.
You have to, yeah, it's what happens now. We're not, and I think that, we're not adding teams to the high school. We're not, that's, eventually, maybe, I can't think of, maybe lawn bowling or something, but we've pretty much got all the standard teams
No,
now.
I'm just wondering, could you ratchet back the Monday to Thursday to 7:30? And so that really means 7:45.
Gary?
There is going to be activity with the practices or games, and it just seems to me it's going to be loud.
Gary?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but we already talked about this, and unless Paul and Bill's position on that has changed, I know the school committees has not. We've talked about this a lot, and I think that the way that it's written is the conclusion that we came to at our last hearing on the time of the field lights. The question was, I think, was just clarifying this amplified sound on Saturdays, because it was written one way in the school committee's policy, and it actually wasn't clear. So this is just trying to clarify what the policy is on the sound, but the field lights, I think we came to an agreement on that.
Did we have a concurrence on 5 days? I thought we were talking about
Yes.
3 or 5.
No.
I don't remember all of us agreeing on that, did we?
We did
Not all, we didn't
We
all
did not
agree.
agree.
3 of us agreed.
All right.
But I still think we got to work on the language for daytime use and Hingham High School team games on Saturday
We're not talking about
sound.
daytime use.
What?
We're not talking.
No, but it's adding, what Sarah's saying is
We
adding.
still haven't
and for
clarified
Hingham
that.
High School team games until 8 PM.
Right, I think right now, with respect to the fall, the first page of what Judy circulated, the 2 open boxes are the Saturday amplified sound, right? I mean, those are the 2, that there's not at least 3 members in consensus. So.
Well, because
There's no
because I think that the.
Consensus is everybody or not
No,
everybody,
well,
isn't it?
3 members.
Majority.
Majority, sorry.
But,
Yeah.
But I think it comes from this, when I look back at the school committee's use policy, what they have on Saturdays in the fall is 4 to 8 for 2 Saturday night games, except for daytime high school events. And in the spring, they have from 4 to 8 for 2 Saturday night games, except for daytime high school events. So, I'm in a little bit of a confusion about what, what you agreed on, what the school committee agreed on, because it's different from what you're saying now, what's written in the policy.
Well, the policy that came from on 14.
Right.
Yeah.
So we were just talking about something else.
Okay, so on this policy that came from the school committee to us, dated January 14th, we're having some questions about Saturday use of amplified sound. When I read your policy, it says PA from 4 to 8 for 2 Saturday night games per season, this is in the fall, except for daytime high school events to be determined by the school administration.
So I guess it just needs to be clarified, if we start a game at 3 o'clock, and I think why we ran into this problem was because of the 4 o'clock. You asked us to be specific for Hingham Youth Football and limited us to 4 to 8.
Okay, so what is your understanding of for daytime high school
So
events?
if we start a game at 3 o'clock, we want to just be able to run the game until it's completed.
Okay, so for games that start until what time?
I start before 4. I mean,
Okay.
because that's a daytime game, right? I guess cocktail hour is 5, right?
Okay, Judy, what if this
Right
said,
after this meeting.
what about, if instead of using the word daytime, say additional high school events beginning up until 4 o'clock? You know what I mean, with a start time,
Additionally, for Hingham
until
High
4
School
o'clock.
events starting
With a start-
before 4 o'clock,
or
before 4:01.
starting up until 4 o'clock. With a start time up to 4 o'clock, with a start time up to 4 o'clock. That way it can still start at 4 o'clock. Yes?
I mean, I think that's the intent of your policy.
Playoff games, you know, are separate.
Playoff games are separate. I'm just reading, your policy says daytime high school events, and I just want a time on the daytime high school events. What does that mean?
I'm sorry, say it again.
It starts.
The playoff is different, and I'm just trying to come to a number on this phrase in your policies that says for daytime high school events. I just need a time associated with daytime high school events so that the neighbor who calls has one version of daytime and the person scheduling the game has another version of daytime. I think we need a time.
Why can't we just say football games, or the other sports won't need the amplified sound beyond the
It could be a
introduction?
non-sports event too, though.
Say again?
It could be a non-sports event, a high school event that we'd like to use amplified sound for, that is a non-sport.
For what, like what? Like what?
We had talked about that in putting together that portion of the policy.
What kind of event would you use on the field?
Commencement?
But commencement, that's in the afternoon, it doesn't go into night.
But that's in the spring too. Right now, we're on this fall policy. You can do, those events might come up in the future, and I think we can't try to conjecture what they all might be. Right now, there are no Hingham High School events that use sound on Saturdays in the fall, except for athletic events.
Athletic events, I don't want to be specific to a team.
Okay, so for Hingham High School events starting before 4 o'clock, by 4 o'clock.
I said 5.
By 5 o'clock. But your policy.
I think 4.
Could I just say something? Your policy then would be disingenuous, without being rude. Because it says, except for daytime high school events, and something starting at 5 o'clock is not really a daytime high school event.
What about 4:30? That's why, I think that's why Carol's saying 5.
But that's why, I know that there was a little bit of offense taken by the school department that we tried to clarify, that I think it's better to clarify it now than to clarify it, 2 years from now over an argument. It says for daytime high school events, and I think we need to just put a daytime there.
So 4 o'clock.
So for Hingham High School, team games starting by 4
well,
o'clock.
they just want Hingham High School events.
Oh, for Hingham High School events by 4
So
o'clock.
additionally, Hingham High School events with a start time by 4 p.m.
Okay,
Or
yes.
not later than 4 p.m.
Starting by
With
4
a start time,
Just starting no later than 4 p.m.
Games are included in it.
That,
Yes.
yeah, that's an event. Okay, and then for the spring, your policy says PA from 4 to 8 for 2 Saturday nights games per season. 4 to 8, which is the night, 4 to 8, except for daytime high school events.
he wants the same.
So, except for high school events starting by 4 p.m.
No, so we did not say high school events. We did not vote to limit that to high school events.
No, she's not saying 4 to 8 for the high school. She's saying 4 to 8 would just be twice per season.
No, I'm reading what
period.
your policy says. It says PA from 4 to 8 twice for 2 Saturday night games, and we've left it that way, 4 to 8 twice per season.
Period.
Additionally, instead of 4 daytime high school events, we would put except additionally for daytime high school events starting by 4 p.m.
And we are putting after 4 to 8 twice a season for high school teams.
No, we're not putting for high school teams. Just from 4 to 8 twice per season in the spring, the same as for 4 to 8 twice per season in the fall.
Okay?
Okay.
That's okay.
I know.
Twice per season for anyone.
For
Hingham
any,
team.
then in the
Hingham team.
conditions will go more specifically into who anyone is. So the conditions, the first one says, field lights at the Hingham High School athletic field complex may be used only by entities recognized as Hingham organizations. Priority for use will be given as follows: Hingham Public Schools, Hingham Youth Sports Organizations, and other Hingham organizations. And I believe that's what was in your PowerPoint. Yes. The second one is where I have the question. Field lights for use during games with non-Hingham teams, and this is my editorial comment, with non-Hingham teams. Because, well, and I'll finish and I'll tell you why, will be restricted to Hingham Public Schools, which is in the policy we just talked about, Hingham Youth Football as detailed in the schedule herein, and then other Hingham Youth Sports. And you had listed 2 or 3 in your PowerPoint. Instead of listing actual leagues, I would recommend that we just say Hingham Youth Sports, and each league is a whole sport for either boys or girls. You would put Hingham Youth Sports and then Hingham Boys Lacrosse, Hingham Girls Lacrosse, and I would suggest to you that maybe you would want Hingham Girls Soccer and Hingham Boys Soccer listed separately. So to make it simple, should another sport emerge that people want to play in a league, that we just say for Hingham Youth Sports, each league has 2 games per season. And this is why I added with non-Hingham teams, because that way, if you have younger kids playing games, they can, again, where they don't play travel, they don't play against other towns. And I do think that the increase in activity on the field comes from having teams from away coming, that by adding with non-Hingham teams, it just gives the youth sports programs a little more leeway in having intra-Hingham teams.
I don't like that language though, Judy. That makes it sound like it can be any team from anywhere. How about within a Hingham affiliation?
So I guess you're right. So field lights for use during Hingham games with non-Hingham teams, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, so that needs.
So you mean by non-Hingham game, you mean it's Hingham versus Cohasset? Right?
Because we've already said that you in point 1 here, we've already said you have to be a Hingham organization to play on the field. So if 2 Hingham organizations are playing each other for youth sports, go to town, right? I mean, I don't
think you need
that's
that
my
clarification.
personal.
I mean, if it's a Hingham team playing a Cohasset team, it's a Hingham team.
It's a Hingham team, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't think you need to.
Teams is a Hingham team.
I don't think you need to put that.
I mean, you have travel leagues, they play out of town, just the way it is. But as long as
Okay,
it's a
but
Hingham
then,
team, I'm okay with that.
You know what you could do,
but
Judy,
here's,
is just
but here's what's happening is, then each league can play twice.
Right, but Judy, what if you just move the C to C, the C, under number 2, up to number 1, and then you don't need number 2.
So starting with each league.
So then it's...
So C doesn't say other Hingham organizations, it says other Hingham Youth Sports.
No, I'm sorry, you move, no, I mean move the each league stuff up to B, up here. Well...
Oh, yeah, so C goes up to B. And C stays C.
Yeah, I guess my concern is this. For Hingham Youth Sports, each league will be allowed 2 games per season. That's fine. But for the youth sports that play intramurally, what's the point of restricting them to 2 games per season?
Well, let me ask you, is this...
This is under the lights.
Right.
Okay.
So you now think that the travel team should have 2 games and the
I think
select team
our
should
point
have
here in chapter 71 is that these fields should be used by Hingham organizations. So if you have an intramural youth sports game, one Hingham team against another Hingham team, why, that seems different to me than, anyway, so if you just want to leave it the same, it's fine. I was,
It's still Hingham Youth Soccer.
Yeah, I
Shooting.
don't,
Okay.
I don't agree with that point. It's a Hingham organization. If they play outside towns, they play outside towns. I mean, it's a Hingham.
yeah, that wasn't my point. Okay, so then we could just take where it says each league, and we could just add that up to B, above, and get rid of 2.
Well, what about, do you want, but you need that, you want Hingham Youth Football in there too, though. I think you need.
Oh, right.
So I think,
Well, how about just field lights for use during games are restricted too? Because I do think that we
okay,
spoke about not having adult league games
Right.
under the lights. I
all
think
right,
that
so
was.
field lights for use during games, get rid of with non-Hingham teams, and leave
Okay.
everything the same.
Right, okay.
Okay.
Carol, was that?
I like Hingham Youth Football, but I don't know why it gets a B and all other Hingham sports get a C. I
Because
think
Hingham
they're
Youth
getting
Football's
seven.
use of the field lights is different than every.
No, I think it should get its own, I just don't think it should be B. I don't think it should be before Hingham Youth Sports, I think it should be C.
Somebody's got to be B.
Okay.
Let's just keep moving.
Well, it's just the proper format. Hingham Public Schools is the biggest, youth sports is second,
Okay,
football.
and then the fall,
Is more
okay, so-
it's more of a clarified thing.
You're right,
should
it
be
gets
C.
smaller. Okay, so B and then C. Okay, great. And Carol, that's consistent with your policy? Amplified sound at the Hingham Athletic Field Complex may be used only by Hingham Public Schools and Hingham Youth Football as detailed. The use of amplified sound for games will follow these guidelines, and I took those right out of your policy, so I hope it's, I added, Carol, for player introductions, national anthem, play-by-play, and during halftime in conjunction with a choreographed cheerleading or dance routine, is the language in the ZBA's permit right now, so I just kept the language consistent with that. Okay. Rules for the proper use of sound and lights will be posted in the press box and enforced by the high school athletic director. Additionally, there will be a governor device on the sound system to regulate the volume and a timer on the light.
Athletic director or its designee.
Or designate.
Yeah, this is going forward potentially next 3 years.
Yep, okay. Field lights will remain off when the field is not in use except in emergency. And this one, I think the language is up for discussion. Only because Susan thought of an eventuality. But prior to the first day of the fall and spring seasons, the Hingham Public Schools will post on their website the beginning and end dates of the season, the hours of light operation, and the dates and times of all games using the PA. The Hingham Public Schools may update the schedule as needed during the season.
All right, so my suggestion, because I don't want a situation where you have a certain schedule, but it's less than what the conditions allow for. So then someone argues, well, you can only use it for what you put it on the website. So I really think that this is intended to be for informational purposes, in order to inform people the best you can, but that you posting the schedule in no way limits you to less than the policy would otherwise provide. So I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't misinterpreted, that once you post that schedule, you're stuck with that and it somehow modifies the umbrella policy. Yeah, that makes sense, yes? I just have to word it better.
I was going to say, right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so does that make sense, and is that okay? Does that make sense?
I just want to make sure that this schedule and these conditions are consistent with your policy.
On one where it's in the fall season, the definition, third week of November, run that through Thanksgiving, the Thanksgiving game, the fourth week.
Oh, really?
It's the fourth Thursday in November, so it shifts around.
And I think I specifically referenced Thanksgiving game in like the very initial presentation of
Yeah.
and it might have gotten.
Because Thanksgiving can occur, say, November 27th, even after Frankfurt. Because it's not the last Thursday in the month or whatnot, it has to do with, like, it's fourth in the month.
So,
What if you just add in parentheses after third week in November, or the Thanksgiving game? Would that do it?
That's the end.
Yep.
Right.
so it would say fall season from the 4th week in August through the 3rd week in November, or Thanksgiving Day.
Yep. Yep.
That's the last.
Thanksgiving Day. So,
Summer season.
And I think just winter season from the 4th week in November, or, oh, well, that 4th week in November will then be. Okay, so at this time, I think this board has concluded our,
Can I say one thing?
yes, so I want to also give anybody who wants to ask another question a chance.
Okay, well, that's what I wanted to do, ask another question.
Oh.
All right, so we got a letter from Suki Berry, which I thought brought up a very interesting point, and Suki might want to comment on this when she gets her opportunity. But we've asked for this in a number of different projects. And the question is, how high will the lights be in terms of impact all over? So if you're at the center, will you be able to see the lights? If you are at Hornster Farm, can you see the lights? If you're at Wampatuck. And one of the things we've asked at a number of different projects, Linden Ponds, the DPW, also a town project, is to have balloons put up as high as the lights are going to be at a specific time that is, advertised to people so that they can see what those lights will look like. In both of those cases, and I'm not saying that this is going to be the case here, with the DPW, the new DPW, it was much less of a significant, we thought it was going to be a lot higher, and people would really be able to see it. It was true with Linden Ponds, too. The height of the buildings we thought was going to be visible from the road. We were very concerned about that. That actually alleviated a lot of people's fears and concerns. I'm not saying that that's going to be the case here, but I think a willingness to advertise that and put up balloons that show the height of the lights and let people know when that's going to be so people can do a little tour and check out the impact, I think would be a really important thing. And I wonder if you'd be willing to do that at some point.
We'll consider it for now, just for tonight, but, what we have now. I think we've got enough of the testimony on the height with the lumens, the spill and whatnot, that's important for, one, these guys to be able to fulfill this mission, the educational mission, but also the flip side is to minimize the spill.
Right, but I think for people to know from the center what those, will they be able to see the top of the lights? I think that's going to be an important question mark for people.
We'll consider it as we go forward and prepare for the next steps.
Can Suki speak on this, or do we
Well,
have to wait?
I have something to add to that. Mary, do you know how tall, or does anybody here know how tall the steeple of the Baptist church is?
I believe it's 70 feet, the steeple.
I know the flagpole down the shipyard,
Yep.
70 feet.
75,
Bonus.
right at the bank.
Do you know how tall the steeple
No,
is?
but it might help, the top of the steeple on this building is 96 feet from the ground, and the roof line is 64.
See that?
You're talking
So,
about 70, 72 feet on the White
so here's,
House.
before you think about that balloon test, I would just tell people that this is 96 feet, and we think the Baptist church is 70. So driving, that vista is an interesting thing, is to see what the vista is, from how much of a distance you can see the 96-foot height of this building or the 70-foot height of the Baptist church.
And I do think, I want to emphasize that on both the projects that we asked for the balloons to be put up for, it was incredibly, it helped the neighbors with the impact of the project. I mean, it was a beneficial thing, because people could see that, okay, you know, this isn't going to be what I thought it was going to be. This isn't going to impact me. So it might be in your best interest in terms of what comes forward in this project to think about that, because, you know, you've got a lot of places where you're going to continue to have concerns about this. And I think one of the points that she brought up, and I don't remember if she brought this up as a citizen, because we got two letters, one as a, I believe, Suki, am I correct, you're chair of the Historic Districts Commission. And the fact that the town has worked very hard to maintain the historic nature of the center, and they've put a lot of time and work into that, and that the school happens to be in that district, and that sort of honoring that and dealing with that is an important, it's an important part of being in an historic district in the town of Hingham.
Is it in the district?
It's not in the district, but it's on the edge of the district, certainly. I mean, it's right, Pleasant Street's in the district.
Why don't we ask the chair?
So, can Suki talk now, Judy? Suki, come on up.
Yes.
If you have any.
Let's,
I just wanted to say.
Well, come to the mic, though.
let's ask her if this is in the Historic District Commission, what to say.
Can you first tell us, is this field in the historic district?
No, it's not. It's on the edge. And I said in my letter, the historic district runs down Main Street, through the center, School Street, Spring Street, Pleasant Street.
Oh, Pleasant.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Middle. And the reason that we would like to see those balloons is because the way the field is situated, it's kind of like a horseshoe, and the field is here, not in the district, but everybody in the district maybe can see the lights. And my concern was, as chairman of the Historic Districts Commission, that it would affect the district. But it might not, because, you know, the fields are lower. But I was talking about the Congregational Church, because that's, you know, a landmark church in Hingham, and it's in the district. So I was just thinking, you know, that I'm hoping that there wouldn't be any competition.
Do you know how high that steeple is?
I don't know, but
whoever fixed it when it got hit would probably.
Yeah, I asked somebody, and they said that they'd find out for me.
Yeah.
But I also wonder, too, if the fields aren't lower and that those lights may not show. But just in the interest of town cooperation, I think we would all really appreciate it. I'm not allowed to speak for the board, but I'm just saying, you know, I think it would be a good thing to do, good neighborly thing to do.
And I can offer that we'll discuss it. I mean, it behooves us, you know, going forward to, you know, to try to position it so that people understand the most of what's going on. Just recently, we did a project over in that district, and we put up story poles.
Yeah, yeah.
So I understand the benefits. I think we probably have to go there, see the distance, assess it, and I can't promise anything, but points made, I saw your letter, points made there as well. So let us discuss it. And I've had experience with wind turbines with these balloons, and once they get up to a certain point, they're somewhat questionable applicability. That's the other thing too. I've done a lot of those, and it's odd. So what I'd like to do is see if we can, let's find out.
Yeah.
We won't have anything. I would suggest for you folks that it doesn't have to do with this
Right.
plan, but it's something that I'll definitely address with the board in my experience.
Can you just clarify what you mean by it's odd?
Excuse me?
You said it's odd. What did you mean by that? Just
Blows around a lot.
It blows. It's a single point. You know what I mean? Sometimes then it goes up and people say, oh, it's different. I saw the balloon, it was this big, that's larger. It brings in a lot of different subjective interpretations.
Well, maybe you could get a, you know, oh, excuse me, but, you know, maybe a light. Maybe they could
seats.
How many lights are going to be there? How many poles, do you know?
4.
4, okay.
I've actually had helicopters hovering at the certain height. It gets...
Well...
That'd be a little dicey by the high school.
No, but it goes on and on and on.
I would just suggest that maybe even putting in the paper leading up to town meeting places, like how, relative to how tall the steeple of the Congregational Church is, the Baptist Church and Town Hall, just so that people can get a sense of how the flagpole, thank you, or other fields that have 80-foot, you know, because...
Well, the thing is, though, that it's the corridor, what I'm thinking of is the corridor between Cold Corner and the Congo Church. If you have 4 poles that are 80 feet high and the Congo Church steeple is 80, then you look at it and you say, oh, well. We don't have any power to have you change it, but I'm just...
Because there are different, you can get grades at one point, grades somewhere else, and draw a line and find out, would you be able to see something there? We've done that as well, when we...
Right, at the shipyard, we did that a lot.
Right.
Okay.
Let us look at
Terrific.
that.
Thank you, Suki. Does anybody else have a specific question, including
I
Gary?
had a quick question. The point of clarification, we've talked about 70-foot poles and 80-foot poles. Are they 70 or 80?
Yeah, 80.
Do they have to be 80? Can they be less than that?
The numbers that you've seen on the photometrics are 80, and we did this the last project where we brought them down lower and lower, and basically the wash and the spill just really widens. So, the question is something that's up there that you can see it's not entirely large versus the spill. And I think what we're hearing from you folks is that the spill's really important from the neighbors, and that's primary.
Yeah, I was wondering if they could, if 80 feet is a problem in terms of the sight lines, could they be designed at 70 to manage the spill? Is that possible?
When Mr. Dijek presented the project to the board, he gave you an incremental analysis that showed how the off-site impacts changed with the lowering height of the lights. The answer to your question, sir, is that you can make the lights any height you want them to be, financially, physically, but the off-site impacts grow substantially more intrusive.
And I think in the bylaw that we actually drafted for Ward Street, the pole heights were 80 feet. Does anybody here have a specific question for the board or for any of the people who made a presentation here tonight? Yes, please.
Hi, Adele Sheridan, Thistle Patch Way. I just want to have a clarification again. I'm sorry to bring this up, but the lights on Saturday nights, the sound system on Saturday nights. I think the wording that you're changing it to now, it sounds like you could have games every Saturday night beginning at 4 with sound system.
The high school teams could schedule a game every Saturday.
With loudspeakers and lights.
With sound as late as 4 o'clock. They could start as late as 4 o'clock. Currently, the high school has games on Saturdays until dark. What this does is it allows them to start until 4 o'clock and go into the evening hours. If a game, I don't think most games go for more than a couple hours.
That's a change, isn't it?
But it is a little bit of a change.
I thought it was just going to be youth football 2 Saturdays in the fall season.
Right, so now
you're allowing the high school to go
Now the high school
later.
teams, so football, whatever high school football, whatever fall sports there are, soccer, field hockey, could ostensibly start a game as late as 4 o'clock, whereas right now they probably could only start the games until 3 o'clock, because it would get dark by 5.
Now, are you going to be voting on this, or is that...
That is the high school's position on what they want to see in their policy, and we are somewhat limited in what kinds of, I think, we are somewhat limited in what kinds of conditions we put on the high school's use of their own field.
Because I thought the athletic director, Mary, before said probably no high school team would play on Saturday night.
Right.
They're probably just in the
Right.
high school.
And I
youth would be
believe that
Saturday
you
night.
should continue to believe what the athletic director said, that probably they won't. But this allows them if there should arise the opportunity for a game on a Saturday to start at 4, it allows them to do so. I know, but it's...
And they will be posting
Right.
their schedules at the beginning of every season and trying to keep it up to date so that everyone will have a sense of what those games would be.
And I assume that as they schedule, if youth football is going to have it 2 Saturday nights, they won't do it the same time that the high school sports will be played.
Yeah, I don't think they
There's
can.
only one field, so.
Yeah, so that is a little bit of a change, but not a big change from what can happen today, given that there is a sound system there. Yes.
Just a clarification, Margaret Connerty, the athletic director. It's not likely that we will be playing these Saturday night games at all. It's let's take October 1st, 2nd, that first Saturday. Typically, it's an SAT day. If a team is coming from far away, or even say November 1st, 2nd, you know, it gets dark. We ran into the problem this year where we had, you know, the team wanted us to start the game between 3 and 4, and I was like, we can't do it, you know, because they were coming a distance. Their kids were getting out of the exam. They wanted them to be able to eat lunch and then travel and be able to play. And really, I think the latest we could go, I think, was 2 o'clock. If we're running into that November date, where the conflict could happen is that you have a football game and then you have a field hockey, say, playoff game. But these are unusual circumstances, you know.
Right.
So, just wanted to
Thank you
clarify.
for that. Thank you. Does anybody else have a question? No? Okay. Then I think we will conclude our public comments and start writing up our site plan review. And the first part of doing that is to just review quickly the applicable law. Wait, so, do I have the same one as you? No, mine's
Do you start with the one that says applicable law at the top?
Oh, here it is. Okay. So, first I just want to go through what the applicable law is here and why we're doing site plan review the way we are rather than the way our bylaw provides. Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, as you all know, is the Dover Amendment, and that's the guiding statute. No zoning ordinance or bylaw shall prohibit, regulate, or restrict the use of land or structures for educational purposes on land owned or leased by the Commonwealth or any of its agencies, subdivisions, or body politic, or by a religious sect or denomination, or by a nonprofit educational corporation. Provided, however, that such land or structures may be subject to reasonable regulations concerning the bulk and height of structures, determining yard sizes, lot area, setbacks, open space parking, and building coverage requirements. So in Regis College versus the Town of Weston, Massachusetts courts recognize two common sense and interrelated limits of the statute's application. The Dover Amendment protects those uses of land and those structures that have as their bona fide goal something that can be reasonably described as educationally significant, and the educationally significant goal must be the primary or dominant purpose for which the land or structures will be used, and in this case that is the use of these fields by the Hingham High School for athletics. So But I think it's important for us to read one sentence set forth in the SJC's review of trustees of Tufts College versus the City of Medford. And they say the whole of the Dover Amendment, as it presently stands, it seeks to strike a balance between preventing local discrimination against educational use and honoring legitimate municipal concerns that typically find expression in local zoning laws. The burden of proof under this trustees of Tufts College versus the City of Medford is that an educational institution will bear the burden of providing that the local requirements are unreasonable as applied to its proposed project. The educational institution might do so by demonstrating that compliance would substantially diminish or detract from the usefulness of a proposed structure or impair the character of the institution's campus without appreciably advancing the municipality's legitimate concerns. Excessive cost of compliance with a requirement imposed on an educational institution without significant gain in terms of municipal concerns might also qualify as an unreasonable regulation of an educational use. So I know through these hearings, both people trying to build this project and people affected by it have felt somewhat frustrated by the limitations of the process on their interests. But I feel that this board has been trying to find reasonable limits to the use that still allow for the full enjoyment of the property. And so that's the law, and I think it's just important to keep that in mind. The suggested findings,
These are for
I
like
think,
discussion of the board. I think the board needs to make certain findings before it votes, and so these are just drafts. What?
Proposed.
Proposed findings that kind of cover all of the elements of kind of what you've reviewed, you know, juxtaposed against the applicable law that you just reviewed. So,
well,
if you want to walk through them.
Well, okay. So the town's council has put together the beginning of suggested findings prior to actually coming up with the specific draft conditions. And and this would be for the board to sort of say, yes, we would include this in our site plan review or not. A is this: the application involves the use of land and structures at 17 Union Street for educational purposes on land owned by the town of Hingham at the current site of Hingham High School. The applicant, the Hingham School Committee, has care and control of the property pursuant to applicable provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 71. Is that a finding that you?
Yes.
Yes? Unanimous. Yes. The applicant has stated that the primary use of the project will be for public school use by Hingham Public School students for gym, class, team sports, school functions, such as graduation. The applicant, pursuant to the provisions of MGL Chapter 71, Section 71, also intends to make the facilities available to the community to allow the use thereof by individuals and associations for such educational, recreational, social, civic, philanthropic, and like purposes as it deems for the interest of the community. And I think that's an important finding, given the school's intent of allowing other Hingham organizations to use the property. Is that a finding that you would agree with?
I guess the one question I had about this one was, yes, on the surface in terms of how it reads in terms of making it available to the community, but I guess the question is, it's available to the community, but is there some kind of a vehicle here where the community can participate in the management of it?
Not under Mass General Law, Chapter 71, Section 71, which is all we're putting forth here, and it says that under this, it says that the schools make it available to the community, and the part in quotes is actually from the law. It says, as it deems for the interest of the community.
And people elect the school committee,
Right.
so.
That's,
I can read the full provision. It says, "For the purpose of promoting the usefulness of public school property, the school committee of any town may conduct such educational and recreational activities in or upon school property under its control and subject to regulations as it may establish, and consistently and without interference with use of the premises for school purposes, shall is the word in there, shall allow the use thereof by individuals and associations," et cetera, with the rest of the quote. So there is a statutory mandate in Massachusetts that school committees, because the school property is a public access asset, that they do make it available for purposes that they deem in the interest of the community. So that's kind of the...
right. Does that make it more clear?
It's clear, but it doesn't sort of address my concern. I mean, maybe that's what the law is, but I'm thinking in terms of feedback and, monitoring and, down the road.
I mean, I agree with that issue, that, particularly it's not just being used for Hingham High School, and I understand that the law allows the school committee, but I do think the incorporation of some kind of a review would be appropriate.
So but I would say that, as somebody just pointed out, the school committee is voted by the people of the town of Hingham, and if they don't impose that, then it's up to the town of Hingham to vote somebody else in who will. I think as far as the planning board goes, what we can do is, come up with reasonable conditions to the project and have a one-year look back. That includes a one-year look back to make sure that the conditions that we include are actually working to mitigate the impact on the neighbors.
Judy, I'll also note that Chapter 71, Section 68, which gives care and control of the property to the school committee, says, except as otherwise directed by the town, and that, I believe that there are warrant articles this year, I don't know the exact wording of them, that are basically asking town meeting to approve the intended uses. So really, under the statute, the check and balance on how the school department uses the property is town meeting. It's not other committees.
And it's not the planning board.
It's not, right. It is, the statute gives them authority, and the only body that has kind of a say in that is potentially town meeting. So.
But in terms of the planning board conditions, is on the yearly look back.
Well, it's not the yearly look back, it's one.
Well, we haven't even voted on it.
Well, we haven't gotten to that
Let's-
yet.
Let's just get the
Let's take through
basics.
the findings here. We gotta make sure.
Okay,
it's
so
on
when we
the
get to
page.
that, we'll talk more about that.
Okay.
So are we in agreement on number?
So are we in agreement on A and B as findings, which are basically the law?
Yes.
I hope
Yeah,
so.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, the project C. Okay, so now, we're starting a section that says, "The project complies with all requirements of the Hingham zoning bylaw," which under Dover Amendment, it doesn't have to, but we, as a board, need to know where it differs. The project complies with all requirements of the Hingham zoning bylaw and satisfied site plan criteria, except. Satisfies site plan criteria, except.
And you have a zoning chart that John Chessier.
That's a zoning regulation compliance?
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
It was in your pile, all that you got today.
I know it was in that, but I don't know.
And I guess the purpose of doing this is to list conditions of site plan review.
Right, I mean, the standards, I mean, this really just calls out items that, for the most part, are allowed to be reasonably regulated by Dover, height of structures, setbacks, and open space, those types of things. So that's pretty, and parking, that's what's covered in this chart. So to the extent there's a deviation, the question is, as you read in top, the burden of proof is to show that it would be unreasonable to impose this. For example, would it be unreasonable to impose the 35-foot height limitation on the light? So that's like a finding you have to find that they have shown, demonstrated that it is reasonable for them to need
To
or whatever
deviate from that.
to deviate. So this is just to basically have the board, you know, make the finding or not as to whether or not these things are satisfied by the testimony that they've provided the board.
And how does this intersect with this list under the, in the document?
They
that I
are
was
pretty,
just reading?
I mean, I think you can, they kind of go hand in hand.
Okay.
And you said the burden is on the applicant to show that it is reasonable, or the burden is on the board to show that?
No, if the burden is on an educational institution will bear the burden of providing that the local requirements are unreasonable as applied to the project.
So, which is why we've had 5 nights of hearings.
Yes. So, and we're just making the findings that, to the extent the board believes that they have made that case, you just need to make the finding that they have made the case.
Okay.
Okay?
So, the Dover Amendment says, well,
There's no deviation there. I think if you just look at the ones where John calls out that there's a little bit of a difference.
okay. Well, I'm looking under the Hingham zoning bylaws. So in this zoning district, official and open space, this is a school use and it's permitted as of right, and athletics are for schools, so clearly all the uses on these fields are permitted uses. The section 3C, the floodplain and protection, is where this is.
Right. No, that's.
But that's being taken care of by the Conservation
It
Commission.
also, they may also require, because under Dover is with respect to use, regulating or restricting use. It's been found under case law, and I found the case, Jeff, I can give it to you later if you want it, that provisions that have to do with, you know, wetlands, floodplains, that kind of protection, which are use neutral, still apply. And this comes into a play if they're in a wellhead protection district. So they may need, when they're done with the Concom, to go over to ZBA for a special permit A1, but it's not related to this review.
Okay, so that's not part of it. So the bulk and height of the structures, we talked about the bleachers, which are within the maximum height of our zoning bylaw is 35 feet, and they are lower than 35 feet.
Higher.
The structure that is higher than 35 feet are the light poles, which are proposed to be 80 feet high. And I believe that the light study that we saw and the plans show why they were 80 feet, and we just had that conversation about why they were 80 feet. So,
do we want to add in there that the amplification system will be attached to those poles?
Yeah, this is where you might want to go back and forth between what John wrote and kind of the notes I made, just in italics of you know.
Where are your italics note? Oh, in this thing.
Under the suggested findings.
so the height of the lights exceeds the 35-foot limitation, and so does the amplified sound system. Well, not the, they don't, it doesn't exceed the height.
They're on the poles, but I don't think they're above 35 feet.
I don't think so either. Discussion of merits with respect to safety for nighttime use and control of the lights bill. So,
do we know that about the PA system? I don't remember how high they are. I know your sound guy's gone.
Oh, did he take
But do you
his
think
phone?
they're higher than 35?
Yeah, I believe they're 50 feet.
That's what I thought. I mean, I had a sense they were up high.
okay.
He had moved them higher.
To direct the sound one?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the light, the sound too.
So, in my view, the design of the proposed lights and amplified sound system exceeds the height limitation set forth by our bylaw in order to reduce the light bill on the neighbors, reduce the impact of sound on the neighbors, and improve safety for the users.
I agree. I think that we know independently from our own research into the light issue from the Ward Street experience that the higher the pole, the tighter the light is on the field. I also thought the sound study supported the contentions made by the applicant. And I think that barring anything to the contrary, and we heard none, it had merit.
I continue to maintain that this is the wrong location for this project. I think it's in, so I don't know where that fits in, but yes, I agree that in theory, this all works, and again, I supported the Ward Street lights, and I just think this is a very dense neighborhood for this kind of limitation, you know, for this kind of height. I want to say non-limited, but I don't know what for this kind of project to be placed in.
But I guess if you just want to address the issue of the height of the lights and the variation from the zoning bylaw, would you say that the height should be within the bylaw, or do you understand there to be a sort of reason why they exceed the bylaw?
Well, I already said that I did because I supported the Ward Street Fields lights, but yeah, yes, not in this location.
I think I would concur with Sarah. I mean, from an engineering perspective, I understand what they're saying in terms of height and optimization relative to spill. I'm not totally convinced that the 70 feet is that much of a problem. I'm thinking given the relationship of the field, but that's an engineering and design detail. But I think in terms of the context, there's a lot of intensity and brightness right near, and whether it's brightness or sound and activity, it's right next to the neighborhood. I have the same concerns about the context. The placement in the context I have a concern about, and the impact on the quality of the residential district and the historic district.
So noted, but I do think that this review is limited to sort of the height issue and not the location issue, because the school is there.
Gotcha.
You know, from an engineering perspective,
At some point I need to say it. I don't know when it's going to be able to be said, so I'm going to say it when I can say it.
Okay. So then the next,
Well, how do you want to do this? Do you want to have a vote on the finding?
Yeah,
or-
are you going to vote each finding, or are you going to do all the findings first? Because these aren't the conditions, these are just the findings.
Okay.
Do we have to vote on the findings?
Well, no, I think you just need to, there's a consensus going through, I think you're fine.
as long as we have a consensus on what the findings are.
A majority.
And then we'll come up with the conditions. So
Yeah,
let's
work
do
on
that.
that definition of consensus.
The bylaw for the yard sizes calls for 40-foot on front, rear, and side, and that contiguous parcels separately deeded to the town will be considered as a single parcel. And this existing tract, although it is within the 40-foot,
but it's grandfathered.
the bleachers within that 40 feet will be removed, and the new structures will all be complying with zoning. Stop me if you disagree. The lot area allows for this. There's no restrictions on the lot area in that zoning district. Setbacks and open space. In this zoning district, which is official and open space, it says no building or structure or parking area shall be constructed within 100 feet of a residence district, except where zoning boundary is a street, in which case the setback from the boundary shall be 50 feet. A natural or landscape vegetative barrier as approved under site plan review shall be retained or created and maintained within this setback. So the existing buildings are within 100 feet, such as the bleachers, but they're grandfathered and those are going to be removed. But we have addressed the buffer and enhancing the buffer.
Can there be a structure within the buffer, a paved piece within the structure, or because it's new work or changed work, does it have to be an open space buffer, a natural strip, or can you actually have, does it have to be a vegetative strip, or can you have pavement and things in a buffer where you have new construction?
The buffer already has the track in place.
Well, I
realize
would
that, but I'm
say
just-
that the new parking area, for example, is a structure being built within 50 feet of the boundary, or no? Is that new parking area within 50 feet of the street?
Yeah.
You mean the added parking?
The parking spaces themselves are not.
Right.
across, well,
So-
it's not, across the street is official and open space.
Right.
So
Oh,
it's
it
not,
is? Oh, so
right.
it's not, okay. So that is in compliance as well. The Section 4B2 says a minimum of 15% of the area of each lot shall not be built upon, paved, or parked upon, and shall be maintained either in its natural state or landscaped. Along the entire street frontage of each lot, a green or landscape strip not less than 15 foot wide shall be maintained in its natural state or landscaped. The required 15% may include the 15-foot green strip. So the 15-foot green strip along the parking lot area is being landscaped, right? In the new parking area. But it's not indicated along the fields on Union Street side.
Aren't there existing trees there now?
Yes.
Yes.
Along the street?
Yeah.
Right.
along Union Street.
So that's not changing from what it is. A portion of the new pavement by the track is in the 20-foot setback, but that is,
That's in the wrong section, that should be the next one.
oh, okay. So the 15-foot area is complied with. Now, this one I'm not going to read in its entirety because it's too long, but 4B5 says, a green yard space not less than 20 feet wide shall be maintained open and green with grass, bushes, flowers, trees, any combination along the entire length of each side lot line or rear lot line. And it goes on to give a description of what the dimensions and the locations. And in John's notes, he talks about the new pavement by the track, which is in the 20-foot setback. If there were a 50-foot buffer, it would be into the existing track, but those are all grandfathered.
Yeah. There is a new concrete pad alongside of the track. Probably there was the existing bleachers.
Oh, I see. So the
I think that's what
bleachers
he's
are being
referring
replaced by a less
a
large.
smaller footprint, but there is an area for queuing of events and officials and spectators immediately adjacent to the side of the center of the track.
Okay. Okay. So that's a finding, right? That the bleachers are going to be replaced by this concrete pad, and that is within the setback. Excuse me?
A significantly smaller footprint
Smaller
than the
footprint,
bleachers.
right. And the drive parallel to Union Street. Which part is that, John?
This is a little confusing. At the parking lot, the way this kind of reads is that the driveways coming in can penetrate the 20-foot strip.
Right.
But you come in and then you go parallel to Union Street. Part of that's within the 20-foot.
In the new lot.
In the new parking.
So the new parking lot should not be within the 20-foot wide
Well,
perimeter
there's no
strip.
parking, but there's an access.
John, you're talking right here?
Further up the pavement, just higher. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, right there. Yeah.
The drive aisle.
Right. So some portion of that.
Okay, so that is not,
right,
Well,
but
it's a
that-
question,
that-
I really
right,
think.
and it-
I
and it-
raised it as, any of these things I kind of raised, and then the board can kind of discuss and decide how they interpret the thing.
Right.
It's better to clarify it than to have it come up later, someone else raise it.
And I think where we're talking about the parking lot and the next few things are about the parking, I think you need to make an overall finding with respect to not with, yes or no, notwithstanding any deviations to parking. It works, it doesn't work, the plan works, it
okay,
doesn't work.
so we just
it's-
noticed that
it's
that
reasonable.
drive aisle is within the 20 feet.
Right.
And then we go into the parking section, which calls for 1 space per 3 persons at capacity use. And I believe we talked about this in that table when we talked about that earlier. Gary, is the total seating capacity is 1,965 seats. 1 space per 3 would require 655 spaces.
And we have, what, 625, right?
And I believe we have 625 spaces, yeah.
So shouldn't we have the 655?
Well, that's something that we can
So, well,
decide.
The main area here, the athletic field, is 1518.
1815.
1815.
This bleacher here, and this bleacher here.
Oh, and the
Facing the
multi-purpose.
multi-purpose game field is 1850.
I see, okay, so that divided by 3 would be 605.
It really depends on which sheet you're looking at, to be honest with you. There's I noted this in my notes here, on one of the plan sheets that need to be clarified. Sheets C102 and BL101 show slightly different numbers. So if you look at C102, it shows 387 facing the track, so backing up to the new parking.
Right.
And then it said, well, this is what it shows. And then it shows the home team bleachers, 1616, and 237 in the visitor bleachers. But then if you look at sheet BL101, it shows, it's like it's transposed. Instead of 387 facing the track, it says 378 facing the track. And then it says 1578 in the home bleachers as opposed to 1616 in the home bleachers. So I guess we just, there's not a huge number difference here, but the sheet BL 101 does not show a detail of the visitor bleachers. The only thing that shows anything related to the visitor bleachers is CE 102. So it's somewhere, even if you take the highest numbers, it's 1616 plus 237. And so that's 1853. No, yeah.
But you mentioned 1678 at one point, Susan.
1578.
Oh, 1578.
So
So
where
if you took the highest numbers, looking across all the different sheets, it was 1616 for the home bleachers, this is on C102, and 237 for the visitor bleachers, because that's the only sheet I could find that gave a number for the visitors bleachers. And that total is 1853 for the multi-purpose field. And then this may not even be right, because I don't know how, because it's supposed to be, they're saying 1578, so 1616 may even be high. But taking the highest, assuming the highest, it's 1853 for the multi-purpose field, and either 378 or 87, depending on how it was transposed, facing the track.
So it's 1853 plus?
So it's 1853, so it's really like, if you divide that by
618.
which they are within.
So how did the 1965 come about?
The
It's
19...
on one of the plans is the total number.
No,
Right.
that's right. The 1965 is the 1578 facing home team, like, you looked at the detail page.
Yeah.
And the detail page only shows the home bleachers, which is as 1578. And then it shows the facing the track as 378. So the back-to-back. And that adds up to 1965. But that one doesn't include the visitors. So this was just one of my notes for the conditions of plan clarification.
But I think for the
plans.
parking, I think we should just
Right.
think about the event on the multipurpose field, because there would not be an event on the multipurpose field and
Right.
the track at the same time.
We also promised Chief Moreno that we would never hold events on the multipurpose field and the track.
Right, that's part of the traffic management
Right.
plan. So we would
So
go
they'll-
to the 1853 and divide that by 3 and have 618 parking spaces, which is within the 625.
So if you use that calculation, maximum seating capacity in the multipurpose field, then the 625 does comply, provided that's the only event going on in the field at the time.
Right, and I think that's in the parking management. The
But
parking,
just a question on protocol, doesn't the permit set have to reflect all the spaces, though, on the site? Wouldn't you have the parking be based on that? When they file the building permit set, doesn't that list all the spaces, and doesn't this have to be divisible, this 3 spaces per 3,
Well, you
wouldn't
know
that have
what?
to be included?
I think in some cases, in some projects, like for a retail use or something where everything's open at the same time, we would require that, and I think that that's a good point, that we as a board have to decide that. I would propose that we look at the parking management plan and say we don't want to over-park the site. If they're not going to have events on the track and on the multipurpose field at the same time, I would recommend that we not park both facilities simultaneously.
No, I understand that, Judy. I'm just thinking in terms of precedent, that's all. This is an exception to the rule we typically do.
No, I think with every parking plan, we do think about what it means, and we try to not over-park it. Is my understanding, and anybody
Right.
else who wants to chime in may.
Yeah, we approach each project on its own facts and merits. Certainly we're guided, but we've tried to trend away from a sea of asphalt.
We do the shared parking analysis, for example, at the shipyard. That's a total coming together of the different uses and the parking. So the dimensions, the new spaces would meet the dimensions. Existing spaces are 2 feet short where there's no overhang. So those might be grandfathered. The aisle width, the existing aisles are 2 feet narrower than required. That's on the existing ones. The drive width exceeds that required to provide left and right turn exits. The bumpers at the edge of surfaced areas complies for new spaces, except for the perimeter spaces. What do you mean, except for the perimeter spaces?
Well, the way it reads, it says you need a bumper at the edge of the thing, but the way they've created it is pitching back, and they've got the post and
Chain
fence. But the way that the regulation is, it's either a curve or it's a wheel stop or something more than, that's the way it reads. So you could, I mean, they don't have it on the existing one, I mean, that's.
I mean, I'm fine with that, it works.
But it's what the regs say.
The chain and the post system certainly has worked for me for years.
But that's also for the drainage, isn't it, to?
No, that's to keep it from going over the hill.
Oh.
But the way it reads is a substantial bumper at the edge of surface area.
So instead of the substantial bumper, you have the chain, the barricade, right?
Right.
Is that right?
The post and cable.
Post and cable, okay.
Okay. Is this the time to mention those spaces?
Which spaces?
That the bus and backing out of sort of conflict with? I mean, I have some discomfort with that.
Okay. Can you just put that on the list for the conditions?
Post and cable?
No, not post and
No.
cable, the backing out of those parking spaces at the T in the main lot.
Where the buses come around?
Oh, you want to talk about it when we get to it?
When we get to, if you could
Yes.
just put that on the conditions as something that we would like to talk about, once we get through these.
Are we planning to do all this tonight?
Yes.
It's 11:15 right now.
I know.
Yeah, it's getting kind of late. We're going to do all the conditions tonight?
Yeah, it'd be nice, but.
It'd be really nice if we could, so.
But I don't know.
Only talk if you need to. Maximum parking lot grade.
I don't talk that much.
Complies, the parking lot trees comply. Going to building coverage, section 5.4A says the maximum percentage of lot. They could cover the entire, could cover 10%.
Okay, but what's hard about this.
But this is only for the new project.
Right, and the thing is, in order to do this calculation, you'd have to take the entire property on both sides of Union Street and do, but, I mean, it's on a Dover basis, I mean, I think that, right? I mean, if this was a straight.
It's reasonable, is what it
Yes.
looks like.
Okay.
Okay.
So, wait, you now, okay, the one other thing I want to point out, though, that was in my findings, wasn't on John's list, but it's because I left it off because I started it for him and I made him fill in the deviation, so I left it off. Snack stands, and in fact, the chart that Gail did catch this, that I didn't catch. The snack stands technically require, if they're not on a Dover protected parcel, require a special permit A1 from the zoning board, but that is not required, the special permit for that use is not required under Dover.
Okay.
So that is listed under C1 of your suggestion.
We haven't really discussed the snack thing at all, do we have? I mean, I don't know, we haven't discussed it at all. I'd just like to point that out.
We talked about how big the building is.
That, yeah, that's all.
And it complies with setbacks and all of that, right?
Okay, so, I mean, these were just kind of, like I said, these were just kind of, I threw notes down, so I think you went through the snack stand, the lights, then the sound system, the parking, the setback buffer zones with the landscaping, which we
Right.
talked about, drainage we talked about, and then,
So the bulk of the structures, I think we also talked about, we talked about the stadium and not detracting kind of from the character of the area. So at least making the bleachers kind of a,
neutral color.
yes, a neutral color so that,
Do we need to define neutral color?
Like,
What's the matter with red? Hingham's
How
color
about
is
brick red?
Hingham Harbormen are red.
Right.
Why is
Yeah.
red so bad?
yeah.
it's the color of
No
blood too,
idea, I
you
must
know?
have missed it.
What,
Okay,
just to
just
make it meld in
imagine.
more, Bill, I don't know.
That's a home team.
I was thinking, you know,
Well, but people, when you're
people's
sitting
legs will be
on
covering
them,
them, just keep that in
You can't see
mind.
what color they are.
When you're sitting on them, but when you live across the street, you can see what color they are.
Yeah.
So, and I think that that's what we're talking about, is
Green,
we're talking
tan,
about sort of the character of
gray.
the area,
Green.
right? So just a
I'm
color.
indifferent about the color of the front.
I don't think red is a neutral color. I think, you know, whatever gray, brown, or silver.
Green.
Or,
What about green? Look like the
That's
trees.
Duxbury's color.
Or as we like to call it, Deluxeberry.
I think, are you good with just saying neutral color and letting
I'm
them look it out?
Schools are brick red.
Colors are red.
I don't think site plan review extends this far.
Mr. Flagpole.
I do, yeah. Yeah, exactly. No, it's not.
Listen, we spent so much time on all those trees. I think if you paint the stadium bright red, that's the only thing you're gonna see. First thing in the morning, you open your door and there are these bright red lines across the sky. I think something that's kind of the color of that wall, the color of the doors, it just feels better. And I would say anybody,
Okay, they're all good with neutral.
anybody who lives across the street would agree.
Okay.
You don't live across the street.
I don't.
This is what,
I don't think
neutral.
Ms. Chamberlain's gonna care.
And is the
Just
aluminum
put yourself
framing going to be
across the
neutral
street
too?
and pick a color.
No, don't, that's not true.
I have so much red.
Gary just asked if the aluminum was a neutral color as well.
Yes.
The aluminum frame, is it bright?
No, it's a
Mill
galvanized
finish.
mill finish.
But it's sort of bright in the sun? Can that be toned a bit?
No.
No?
Galvanized?
No.
It's aluminum, it's...
I mean, I don't mean to tell you what color to paint the thing, I just mean to make it neutral.
Neutral,
Yes,
okay.
thank you.
Non-reflective.
Okay, so,
Go get the, thank your motion. Go get your water, quick.
wait, why are we doing a recommended
This is what
motion? Oh,
happens
because
when
then
we
we're
meet
gonna
at
say the
11.
conditions after the
You
motion?
have to make the motion.
Before the conditions, before we talk about the conditions?
Yeah. But you're missing them.
Can't we make the motion without the member here?
Okay, I marked it up, Bill.
So,
I revised it to reference the sound plans need to be referenced in the motion, so if you want to move on. Bill, that's going to be.
here, Bill can read it.
Bill, can you read my scratch?
Quite a lot of it.
The recommended motion, just the top part.
Just the top part? I make the recommended motion pursuant to the applicable provisions of Massachusetts law and the Hingham zoning bylaw, including the specific requirements of the Dover Amendment under Massachusetts laws, 40A, Section 3. Site plan approval is hereby granted to the project at 17 Union Street, shown on that certain sets of plans entitled, quote, those sets of plans entitled, quote, Hingham High School Athletic Complex Renovation, Phase 1, prepared by Gale Associates Incorporated, dated November 1st, 2012, revised through January 22nd, 2013. and the final technical report, sound study dated 11/28/2012, prepared by Kavanaugh, Tachi Associates Incorporated, are herein by reference, accepted, modified by, and subject to the following conditions.
Okay, so the first condition is on drainage, and this condition is somewhat long, but mostly,
And it's also been replaced.
okay?
You have a page, it's just single page that Mary gave us.
Okay.
Okay. Typo. Phase 2. In the motion, it should say
Oh,
phase
phase 2,
Thank
right.
you.
Phase
Sorry,
1 was
typo.
the track, okay. So prior to
Not the first one, it would be the second below.
drainage,
Yes.
no work may commence, this is the condition proposed. No work may commence on the project until the planning board has received and approved complete and final submissions related to the positive drainage of the site in accordance with section 116 and section 5A5L of the zoning bylaw. Such submissions shall include all information necessary for a full review by the board's peer review engineer, including without limitation, design plans with full detail of all elements of the drainage infrastructure, calculations, modeling, and related reports, and shall be revised by the applicant or its consultants as necessary to meet those requirements. Unless otherwise agreed by the planning board, such submissions shall not be approved unless it demonstrates that the drainage system will operate without backup or surcharge onto the property or the public way in no less than a 10-year storm event, which is what we talked about tonight. All improvements necessary to construct the drainage system as approved by the planning board, including necessary improvements, if any, to pipes or culverts that may be located within Union Street, shall be constructed prior to construction of other elements of the project, and prior to completion shall be subject to inspection by the town engineer. So in other words, if this just says that the drainage on the site needs to work without flooding for a storm less than or equal to a 10-year storm event, that if any work needs to happen even on Union Street, it needs to happen prior to the construction of the project. Does anybody on this board have a question about that condition on the drainage?
I don't have the condition, but I have a quick comment to make, and I don't have a lot of confidence in the drainage plan. In fact, to be honest with you, I'm pretty disappointed with what you proposed tonight. I mean, that site's not well irrigated, and the fact that we're being told it's going to be just a little improvement to a field that kids can't use until April vacation, it's massively disappointing to me that we're going to undertake a project like this, and we're at the state of the drainage plan. So the condition is fine, but I'm just putting that on the record. I wish it was a lot better done. And hopefully you can make some improvements when you go to Concom.
Well, I think the point of that is even after they're done with Concom, they have to come back and be able to demonstrate that, because right now, it can't meet a 10-year event, and that's what they talked about. But if it meets the 10-year event, am I saying this right, John? If it meets the 10-year event, it will be an improvement, right, over what it is now?
Yeah.
I thought you said slight improvement.
I believe that in the way that the regulations read, in the, you have to basically not have a backup in a 10-year storm. But
Well,
right now it does.
I'm just putting that out there, and like I said, I know for a fact that the kids who play spring sports cannot get on the field until like April vacation, and that is not acceptable to me if we're going to redo that field.
I agree with Bill. I think particularly because, sort of we're putting all this money into a project, you would think that that would be a key part of this proposal, that the conditions on the field would be significantly improved, not potentially not at all or slightly. So I agree.
Does the board feel that as worded where they cannot commence the project until you've gotten all the information you need, John's reviewed it, and you've approved it, that
Well, as long as the
help
standard is that 10-year storm, I feel like that's a standard that is an industry standard, and that's something that we're not sort of pulling out of thin air. It's what we would ask any applicant to comply with. If I were the sole taxpayer, I'd want a 100-year storm, but I think that the industry standard is a 10-year storm, and so that seems to be the reasonable requirement.
John, in your professional opinion, does the language in this condition adequately protect the town with respect to the drainage that is going to be built here?
Yeah, I think so. But this.
You think, or it does?
No, it does. What I think, everything's statistics. If you have it work in a 10-year storm, the likelihood of seeing any backup is pretty remote. But a huge storm, you still might. The risk versus cost. You couldn't increase the pipes big enough to take 100 years, so we'd have to replace everything everywhere.
Okay, but what you're saying is that the 10-year storm event is the measuring stick that's applied in this circumstance with respect to the development of drainage, correct?
Right, and that's what's in the town's bylaws, so.
All right.
But John, it doesn't currently meet it. How do you get it to meet it?
It doesn't currently meet it.
But how do you get it to meet it?
Well, that's the conversation, that's what they're gonna work on, and they're gonna come back to us with. That's what this is saying, that they can't build it until it does meet it. And so we have to save that conversation for another time.
Are you voting on your conditions, or how are you going to do that?
So we can vote on each condition, and that way make some progress. So,
I'll make a motion then that the board vote to act favorably on this condition with respect to drainage.
second, anyone?
Second? No?
I'm not happy with the
Oh, he's
drainage.
not happy yet.
How would you like to reword the condition?
You know, it's not so much the condition, and I'm not the only one who could second a motion, first of all, but again, we're gonna take a project of this undertaking to improve those fields, and we have our engineer saying a slight improvement, and as it currently stands, the kids can't use the field until April vacation, and they graduate in May. And it's, like I said, a massive disappointment to me, what you currently have.
I know, Bill, but I think what...
I'm not the only person who could second a motion, somebody
No,
else
I
can
know,
second a
I'm
motion.
not suggesting...
I'm not
So I'll stand
making
by
it
my
for
way.
the same.
It's a 30-inch, it's the color on Union Street.
And I think what we've heard here is that the plan is to regrade this entire area of the field, and that this turf understructure is going to be able to infiltrate a great deal more water constructed than exists presently, so that there are features engineered into the project that can only help improve the drainage on that particular site as it exists presently, beyond the piping and the catch basins.
There's still areas of the field that during wet times, it's probable you're not going to be able to walk on.
That may well be so, but the area that's going to be...
$4.7 million.
I understand, but it's not the
We're
entire
gonna have
field
kids
that's being rebuilt.
taking ground balls in the high school gym in March again. Or people, softball players, pitching and catching in the high school gym because the fields aren't properly drained.
Okay,
But I don't think that was, I'm hearing from John Chessie.
no, me neither.
I really don't.
A slight improvement.
Bill is concerned about the field in the front right. Do you have the conceptual plan?
Yeah, I do.
Bill's concern is the field that's shown not cartoonish. That's
This one?
right? This one. Is that your concern, Bill?
That's one of the several.
Yep. I think we're confusing two different issues, if I might. As John points out, right now, because of a constriction here, there is a backup in the pipes underneath the ground that reaches an elevation that's fairly close to the rim elevation of the drainage structures back in here. That doesn't have a lot to do with the quality of the drainage of the fields. As John testified, the drainage of this field is going to be greatly improved because of the nature of the root zone material, because of the way it's shaped, both of which are deficient today. This field, by definition, is going to play very, very well. This field, as we looked at it, admittedly, this whole area is very, very flat and very, very poorly drained today. We're fixing all of that. This field, Margaret said, was playable. Our research suggested that it's shaped properly. This one drains pretty well. It's going to become the JV field. This field, which drains poorly, and the baseball field are both going to be totally reconstructed. So to suggest that the fields aren't going to drain much better, I think is a bit inconsistent with the reality. They are going to drain much better. What we haven't fixed totally, and I think we're very close to it, in fact, we've submitted some things that John hasn't had a chance to look at today. What we think we're close to doing is fixing this gradient problem, and if we get to the point where the only way we can do that is to put in a box culvert with a sufficient cross-section in Union Street to mitigate that problem, then we'll do that. We're not quite, haven't convinced ourselves yet. The other point to make, though, is that this constraint, although it results in a surcharge in the pipes under the ground, that surcharge relieves itself pretty quickly. It's not, we're not talking about a drainage problem on the fields. We're talking about a choke point in the drainage system that we need to pay a little bit more attention to. We'll fix it, and for what it's worth, I think the condition as written will certainly hold us to do so.
I guess the question I would have, would we see the solution and then vote on it?
That's what the condition says, that they're gonna come back and that the planning board has to agree on it and has to vote on it prior to their being able to build this.
The project can't go forward.
It says, unless otherwise agreed by the planning board, such submission shall not be approved unless it demonstrates that the drainage system will operate without backup or surcharge onto the property or the public way in no less than a 10-year storm event. All improvements necessary to construct the drainage system as approved by the planning board, including necessary for improvements, if any, to pipes or culverts that may be located within Union Street, shall be constructed prior to construction of other elements of the project.
I also think that Dover isn't playing any role here. This is just straight engineering. There's no relief from the applicable standard. John's laid it out. It's a 10-year storm event. That's the standard. They have to do anything any private applicant would have to do in a circumstance like this. They can't go forward unless it fully complies. They're not getting any kind of break, so to speak, under Dover.
I'll second it, but I think we shouldn't be here at this point. It should have been,
well,
I mean, it
yes,
it seems very late in the game, and it's too bad.
Okay,
So
I think everyone's...
I'll second it under
Well, and clearly, as a
duress.
taxpayer, you don't want a project that doesn't drain, right? But
They're not
it
gonna have a
doesn't
project.
significantly improve.
But the question is this, as a condition, does this satisfy you? It's not whether the drainage...
I just seconded it.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the second condition. Okay, what is this site plan revisions? Do any of the plans?
Okay, yeah, no, you do. You have the right one. This needs to get beefed up a little bit. This was kind of a question of going through this process of identifying what was needed to be corrected. Like, so what pages of the plan set need to be revised or provided? And
Right,
what we've
so
identified so far is, yeah, the
The
clarification.
seating, for sure.
So that's sheet C102 and the BL sheets.
It's C-102 that has a mislabel.
Right, so just...
Well, but then sheet BL 101, the BL sheets don't even provide a detailed visitor bleachers at all. So you need updated sheet, either sheet C102 and/or the BL sheets need to be revised to be consistent and to show all bleacher areas and the seats they provide. It's just to be correct. They just need to be corrected, okay?
And we also need the detail of the visitor bleachers and the detail of the scoreboard.
Right.
There is a detail for the scoreboard included in the plans, but what we will show you is the face of the scoreboard, the actual layout of the lights.
Indicating the illumination,
Yep.
please. Okay. Is there anything else as far as plan?
Landscape plan.
Yeah, but they're gonna need to, so
we have to add the-
Landscape plan L106 106 is,
not
but that's
in
gonna
our
get
plan.
revised again though, because they're gonna add, right?
What we
more
talked about
evergreen
tonight.
trees.
As
So,
as revised.
yeah, so landscape plan L106.
With the
update.
revisions that we talked about tonight.
Yeah, I mean, the evergreen trees behind the Union Street side bleachers, the visitor bleachers.
Yes. Okay, so I would entertain a motion that that a condition of the site plan review is a receipt of the clarifications on the seating numbers on sheet C102 and sheet BL 101 through 103. That there be included detail of the visitor bleachers and of the front of the scoreboard, and receipt of an updated landscape plan to reflect the Conservation Commission submittal and the conversation at tonight's planning board.
Is that a motion or your?
That's a motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The third one is the setback buffers. This condition would read, the applicant shall plant the landscape buffer at the start of the project construction to allow the buffer to become established and to enable staff and the applicant to determine if any supplemental plantings may be required to fill a gap.
We also suggested some different plantings.
Yeah, that's gonna be in the updated plan.
The
that we
updated
just
plan
talked
would
about.
reflect tonight. So
And
I guess
east plan.
this one is just saying that the landscape buffer would be planted prior to,
The beginning, is that feasible, that they get planted at the beginning, at the front end, the buffer?
Yeah, that was part of the proposal.
Okay.
Query, and I guess that gets held up until we satisfy the drainage.
right, I think
Yes,
drainage comes
right.
first, this comes second. Yeah.
And these are the east and west buffers you're talking about?
The buffer at Downing,
Downing.
Yep.
But are we doing, what about the east one of the bleachers?
They have
well,
to
you
wait
can't
till
do
they
that till you
it.
build the bleachers, I think.
Right, I think the west stop.
The west, at least, the west landscape buffer.
Yeah, western.
So you want to
Alright.
change that to the west landscape, the western landscape buffer?
Yes.
Is that west? Yeah.
And you're gonna say,
The requirement to build the buffer is already noted on the plans. It's on sheet 009, note 2.
What sheet?
C009, note 2.
B2.
B2, remove existing bleachers, replace existing fence at west property line, and install plantings at west property line per sheets 107 and 106 within the first month of construction.
Okay.
So we don't need a condition.
what if they start construction?
What about the, adding to the landscape
Okay,
plan?
well, yeah, okay, so I don't know, Mary, so the stuff in regular print was Mary's and the stuff in italics was mine, we kind of combined and merged our two. So I don't, it's up to you guys.
It's up to us.
I think that we can include some kind of language like that in the one-year look back, but I would have to say that we have to go with the,
Do you
with the
want a
project
condition
plans.
that was similar to like in South Shore Baptist Church and other, that the landscaped areas shall be maintained and, replaced as they die or that kind of, I mean, I know there was language similar to
That's
that in
good.
South Shore Baptist.
yes.
Okay, so I'm going to propose that. What she said.
Anybody? Okay.
So just
So
to
I'm
be
sorry,
established and
the
make
changes,
The
the
applicant
suggestions that we
Would be
made.
to take everything out that's there, but to add a condition that the applicant shall maintain landscaping once established and replace
As needed.
as needed.
But are we including in here the changes that they agreed to tonight, or where is that?
That's gonna be, that was under 2, when you voted for the plan, the revised plans that are
Okay,
required. That was in
gotcha.
2. This is just about
Okay.
maintaining
Got
the
it.
existing landscaping.
So does the South Shore Baptist Church, is that into perpetuity, or is that like a 1-year, 5-year
Well,
look
if the
back, or
plants
what?
get a blight, a tree's get a blight and they all die, do you want them to get replaced?
I think they
I
should.
would think so. yeah.
Well, that's, I mean, so the question is, do you want to continue to say they have to maintain them and replace them as needed? Is that too wide open?
No.
I mean, it is a buffer that's part of the project, right?
Yeah.
So if the building fell down, you would
Just fix it.
fix it.
So wouldn't it be forever?
And
In
this
perpetuity?
is the buffer for the neighbor. Plus, it's a bylaw requirement to have a
Right.
planted buffer zone. So it's up to the board.
Be a perpetual care buffer.
Well, I'm comfortable with language that's not, that's a little bit less, that says that, you know, that as part of the one-year look back, that as part of the one-year, we'll look back, everything will be replaced, and then it will be maintained to a certain standard after that, because so what if one tree comes down and they put another tree in and it's not what's on the plan?
Right.
You know, I mean.
I think there should be a little bit of
Time-
flexibility.
yeah.
Okay, well, you guys word it however you want to word it. It's out there for you to talk about.
And to me, the fence is more important.
Well, and the fence as well. So,
What's the typical warranty period? Is it a year on the warranty?
General contractor's warranty is a year.
So
For
within-
trees?
So within the general warranty period, wouldn't we say that's within the one-year look back, and then we could visit and see how they're doing? You want to do that?
do what?
Just say that within the first year is within the general
There's a
warranty
general-
period.
There's a general look back, a comprehensive general look back provision, so I think if you're comfortable with just letting it go, you don't need a condition. It sounds like you
Yeah,
guys don't want a
I
condition.
don't.
No?
If
Okay.
somebody else wants one, they should speak
But what
up.
about down the road? I mean, the buffer is part of the project forever, right? To maintain the compliance with the bylaw, don't you have to have the buffer in place?
The buffer just keeps the fence from being seen.
No, it's,
No,
they're gonna be
No, it's
20
a
feet
light.
tall.
The
These
neighbors
trees
have
are
the
gonna be.
30-foot tree.
The neighbors have the fence to look at.
Paul, the fence
No.
is 6 feet tall, these plants are gonna grow to
30 to
30 to
40.
60 feet tall.
It's to prevent, it's to block the view from the second floor windows, the lighting and the glare.
Applicant shall maintain the landscape buffer.
That's fine.
Period.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay, done. So I would make a motion that a condition to this site plan review says the applicant shall plant and maintain the landscape buffer.
Seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
For parking and traffic, there's a possible condition here that says, installation of curbing along Union Street shall occur in conjunction with the DPW road construction on Union Street. Applicant to coordinate with the town engineer. Curbing installation will begin within 2 weeks after the installation of the binder course on Union Street and shall be completed in 2 weeks. Curb shall be installed with a finish reveal of 6 inches as measured from the top of the wearing surface. The applicant shall provide the line based on the proposed roadway layout. The elevation shall be provided via the newly paved surface.
This came from the town engineer, this condition.
I know,
I
but
don't
Sarah,
agree, I don't agree with this.
Sarah has a problem with this too.
Yeah.
I live on a corner, and in front of my house is both curbing and not curbing. So I've been paying a lot of attention to whether people don't try to pass on the right in front of my house, on my property, when there's curbing, and it does not make a difference. They still go up on it, come off of it, and take a right, passing people. I mean, I heard Peter Bickford talking about this being a scenic road. I think, I'm not in favor of the curbing. That's how I feel.
I would agree.
Okay,
I'm okay with it simply because the sense I got is that the abutters want it.
and that the
I
chief
mean,
wants
Rich
it.
Rich
Chief
Chamberlain
wants
has pretty strong feelings about it, some other people folk have. So the abutters really want it, they think it's gonna help to curb
It's a
parking issues,
design
so
feature to control the
that's
parking.
why I'm for it. But Sarah's points is a good one.
It's a very different look, you know.
Is
Doesn't always
that
work.
curb that the granite curb on Union Street, is that something that has been included in anything? No, because it's on the.
It's on the plan.
So why is it, so this condition is about timing, not so much about whether the curb is gonna go in or not?
Right, it's about coordinating with the town engineer rebuilding the road.
And the issue is, it's technically in the right of way, so even if the planning board doesn't want it, if the DPW goes and does Union Street and they want it, they're gonna put it in anyway. And it's
Right.
not going to be up to the board, so.
This was something that the school committee and the police and the planning board.
The town engineer.
Right.
This
That's what I
was
mean,
in
the
the
town
plans
engineer
as
talked
they
about.
submitted them.
Right, okay. So this condition is about the timing, and it just states that the timing will be coordinated. I mean, maybe that's too much detail.
Roger insisted on it.
Roger insisted on, wants a condition. What
It's
do you-
to ensure the coordination
Okay,
of the two
so,
projects.
Mary, do you think it could get shrunk down?
If the planning board felt that it was sufficient and the council to say to coordinate with the town engineer, these were the town engineer's specifications, so presumably if they coordinated with him, he would be able to implement
If you stopped
those.
after coordinated with town engineer, would that be enough? It's gonna occur in conjunction with the DPW road construction, and they're gonna coordinate with the town engineer.
I think so.
Do you think that would be enough?
I think starting to put in like 2
Too
weeks
much
or 3
detail.
weeks or, it
Yeah.
just, I think we should just say installation of curbing along Union Street shall occur in conjunction with the DPW road construction, right, on Union Street.
Yep.
Applicant to coordinate with the town engineer.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No, I just don't want curbing.
Okay.
Okay,
So
three.
I'll put in my little piece there, even if it.
You got it.
Is this a scenic roadway
Yes,
legally?
it is.
So can you do that on a
Yeah.
scenic roadway?
Yes, you
Scenic
can.
roads only
Unfortunately, it doesn't have a lot of,
Doesn't? Okay.
no, doesn't have a lot of teeth.
The parking and traffic. The applicant shall work with the town engineer, director of community planning, and the police chief with regard to signage along Union Street. My only objection is to the word signage. The goal is to install the least amount of new signs on this scenic road while still enabling police enforcement and informing the public of any restrictions. If it is determined by the police chief that additional signs are needed, the town engineer will work with him to provide and install said sign. You know what?
Why don't you like signage? What's your signage issue?
They're signs.
So just use the word sign?
I'm going to use the word signs.
Okay, regarding to signs.
It should say Union and Pleasant Street,
Yes.
because that's what was,
Discussed tonight.
that was what was discussed in
Union.
Jeff's comments, Union and Pleasant Street.
And Pleasant.
Isn't there a third street where they park on adjacent?
There's lots of streets that they park on adjacent, these are the main roads.
So could it just say applicant shall work with the town engineer, director of community planning, police chief with regard, or to ensure proper signage along Union and Pleasant Streets?
Proper signs.
Or adequate, to ensure
Right,
adequate,
it needs to be subject to.
adequate signage along Union and Pleasant Streets,
It has to
period.
be subject to the approval of the Board of Selectmen.
Subject to the Board of Selectmen approval. And I don't think we need the rest of the words because that will work
All right,
itself
the
out.
applicant shall work with town engineer, director of community planning, and police chief to ensure.
Adequate signage along Union and Pleasant Streets subject to the approval of the Board of Selectmen. For parking and traffic, the applicant shall so that was a motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
With the changed language.
Yes, with the change language. Parking and traffic, the
No,
applicant,
this is gonna change a little bit, because this usage policy, that's really the lights and sound, so that's gonna come out. So it would just be applicant shall adhere to the Hingham High School parking and traffic plan for large events. And it's gonna say attached here to, I think, as exhibit something. It's either gonna be as an exhibit, just say as an exhibit right now, and then when we figure out all the exhibits, we'll letter them.
well,
Okay.
can't we say, to that, and instead of the usage policy, just say to the schedule.
No, we'll talk, no, we're gonna
Okay, that's
talk about,
separate.
I'm recommending that you just break it up by category.
Oh, okay, so
So
for
this is
parking
still
and traffic,
parking and
applicant,
traffic.
here's the motion. Applicant shall adhere to the usage policy, no.
To the Hingham High
Strike that.
School.
Applicant shall adhere to the Hingham High School parking and traffic plan for large events attached here too.
As an example, yeah.
Second.
Did your step?
All those in favor?
The two,
Aye.
That's
what happens when it gets to be 11:30.
The things that Mary and I pulled out the policy while we were talking, because there was talk about no overlap of major events, and that was discussed, but it's not actually in the parking management plan. So I just didn't know if you wanted to.
You should include it, we
Just put a
discussed it.
statement in here that, you know, the school department shall
Yeah.
endeavor not to schedule overlapping meetings.
Well, I would just say, and
something.
so applicant shall adhere to the Hingham High School parking and traffic plan for large events and will not schedule concurrent concurrent large events. Right? I mean, that's what you.
Which would exceed the projected.
Which would exceed the projected parking capacity. Right? Because it's really about the parking. So it's.
And shall not schedule.
Concurrent events which would
exceed the stated parking
availability, capacity.
Would exceed.
I think you should say we will utilize the parking management plan.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
Right, the thing, the plan doesn't say, even though you guys said you won't do two things at once, the plan doesn't actually say that, so they're just adding that.
Well, they can do two things
As
at
long
once.
as they don't
just
exceed
can't
the parking.
parking capacity.
Right. Okay.
All right, I would make a motion to, as Paul stated.
As amended?
As amended. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, and then there was one more that Jeff had. Actually, it was a parking, it should go back up in number 2. So it's the, it's this one, right? The correction to, it's these crosswalks, is that right? Your first comment down in here, the corrections and plans on the pedestrian crossing warning signs?
We went through all of those. Yeah, I think they've addressed those.
Those,
All of
they're
them.
already on the plans, they've already been done?
Yep, yep, we did all of them.
So there's nothing left on yours, we've covered everything? Jeff can go home if he wants to. Jeff, you can go home.
Thank you, Jeff.
No, but I have a question for Jeff.
Oh, no, okay, that's right, I'm sorry. This is
Jeff-
when we were gonna talk about the backup space.
Yeah, how do you feel about the bus in those spaces? Understanding that no matter how they limit those spaces, people can, exit out in their cars anytime and might be exiting out at the same time as the buses. Does it bother you? Do you worry about it? Seems kind of concerning to me, but.
I mean, I would say I'm not that concerned about them, but I would like to see their usage limited, and so that's where I think we're talking about to the extent possible, they should be assigned spaces to staff or something else that they're not being used on.
Well, you know what? At the high school today, any parking space that's that close to the building is not used by students. And so I would just say that those spaces be treated the same as the spaces in the first 2 aisles.
Isn't it the first 2 aisles is for like teachers
Yeah.
and visitors, and the
Yeah.
back is where the students?
Yeah. So I would just condition it that those spaces be treated the same, just be treated the same as the first 2 rows of parking. So that on the days when anybody can park anywhere, those can too. But for good reason, that you want to limit the amount of activity close to the pedestrian. Okay.
Do you want a condition to that effect?
So
This would be number 7, this would replace.
number 7 would say
Jen's
that the new parking spaces,
The nine
the
spaces.
9 proposed parking spaces on the field side of the traffic aisle will be parked consistent with the first 2 aisles of parking.
Okay.
Will be parked by staff.
Yep.
Consistent with the first 2 parking aisles. That's the motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the as-built plans. is-
Okay, wait, number 8 is blank, but what needs to go in there is the condition that the chief wanted with respect to the, in the event the overflow parking area is disturbed due to parking, during overflow parking events, that it will be restored, maybe within a reasonable time, something like that. Does that work?
Why does he want it restored? Isn't it in
Yeah.
the school's interest to restore?
Well, then, isn't that what the chief, he said it again
He wants
tonight?
it so he can use it.
He doesn't want it all chewed up.
He doesn't want it all chewed up. He wants it restored. Well, how would you word that? How would?
Restored
Right.
and
His
stabilized.
concern was that in inclement weather, it'd be available. That's what his.
No, but then he said if it gets all chewed up, he wants it put back, right?
We said we would put it back.
Right,
Okay, so
everyone's
how
in
about
agreement.
the overflow parking area will be maintained for its full use as an overflow parking area?
I mean, what, in our discussions, I think his concern was, he wanted to be able to say to us, I'm gonna use it tonight.
Right.
And we're not gonna say no.
Right.
Right, so, and we promised we'd give both him and the fire department a key to unlock the gate, or however we're gonna. He wasn't, I don't wanna put any, I don't wanna have to say, like, in 2 weeks, we're gonna go out there.
Yeah, I
and
don't
see,
either.
and, I mean,
No.
I think that's.
I think it will be available, we'll maintain, the proposed area for overflow parking will be maintained at all times as an overflow, will be available at all times as an overflow parking area. That was a motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so are we on number 9 now?
Yeah.
The applicant shall provide a full copy of as-built plans. The as-built plan shall be in,
This is a Roger condition. This is a certain format that he wants them in, because he wants to get them electronically.
It's the way we're going about it.
Yeah, it's so
Okay,
that
but-
he'll have
all right.
electronic copies of all plans for the town project.
okay. The applicant shall provide a full copy of as-built plans to the Department of Community Planning. The plans shall be in, what does that mean?
Is it AutoCAD version?
It's MA 83-NAVD 88.
Plus datum.
That's the datum.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
It means
that's the
something
vertical.
to them.
That has to do with the vertical datum, so that it all ties in.
Okay,
That's
so
the-
applicant shall provide a full copy of as-built plans to the Department of Community Planning. The plan shall be in MA 83-NAVD 88 for the track and field and all pipes and structures. Parens, hard copy and AutoCAD with all available layers, close parens. Applicant to also submit a full electronic copy of final plans as designed/approved in PDF and CAD with the hard copy submittal.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The field and lights and amplified sound. The use of the lights at the multipurpose field and amplified sound shall be subject to the schedule and conditions set forth in Exhibit C attached hereto and incorporated herein. No increased use of lights or amplified sound is permitted unless approved by the planning board pursuant to a modification to this approval. That was a
That's one of the field lights.
motion.
Oh, seconded.
Did everybody read that one?
Which one are we on, 10?
It might be a
10.
different exhibit letter, so just,
Don't be annoyed, it's late.
I know it's late. The use of the lights at the multipurpose field and amplified sound. Okay, the use of the lights and amplified sound at the multipurpose field. No.
Well, you don't need to.
You know what, I would just take out the words "at the multipurpose
Okay.
field." The use of lights and amplified sound shall be subject to the schedule and conditions set forth in the exhibit attached hereto and incorporated herein. No increased use of lights or amplified sound is permitted unless approved by the planning board pursuant to a modification to this approval. That's the motion.
I guess the only comment I would have is the comments that we had earlier about, I'm not sure the 6 day is, I'm not really clear, I'm not really with that. But I mean, this is a protocol that, you know, the Exhibit C, you know, yeah, you can include the Exhibit C, but the 6 day provision in the Exhibit C is more than I thought we were originally doing.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you're basically voting on that schedule and conditions.
Right here.
Like, that you're incorporating here and by reference, so this is right now.
This is a vote on that.
Vote on those conditions.
Yeah, you guys-
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
So that's a 3-2 vote.
You should, yeah,
You
so
have-
you should ask for those opposed.
You have to say for
Just-
those opposed.
yeah, so they have to
Oh, I'm sorry,
record
those
it.
opposed.
Opposed.
Aye, opposed, nay,
Okay.
opposed?
2.
Nay.
Thank you.
Still not happy with it.
Okay. The
All
number,
right, you need a 10A.
what's that for?
Okay, no, it's not there right now. In the Beals and Thomas letter, this is, again, could have also gone under the plan clarification, section 2, I mean, condition 2, but we're sticking it here because we just remembered it. The Beals and Thomas letter dated today, February 4th, 2013, the last 2 sentences, it refers back to their letter of November 30th, 2012. It appears that the location of the athletic light pole F1 is not shown in the same location on SE6 as it is shown on all these other plans, L202, SE2, SL2. This comment was discussed with Eric Royce of Gale Associates today, and B&T was informed that sheets SE6 would be revised.
Okay, so that's the
So
condition.
I guess we can, rather than add it to 10A, maybe someone
Why
can make a
don't we
motion
just-
to amend condition 2.
Right,
To
I would
add an
amend,
update sheet.
I would amend condition 2 to add the Beals and Thomas reference.
Yeah, an updated
plan.
SE6.
Do we have to vote on that?
Second.
Yep,
All those in favor?
Aye. okay. All right, you're on
Number
11.
11, the applicant shall apply to the planning board for site plan modification approval if any aspects of site plan has previously prevented change as a result of review by the Conservation Commission or any other state or local board.
So moved.
Isn't that just protocol? I mean, isn't that?
Second.
Aye.
Why is that a condition? Isn't that just, like, if you approve site plan review and there's a modification, you have to come in for a modified?
Well, I don't know, Mary and I put it in there because you guys had to discuss if anything changes at Concom, you wanted to come back.
Okay, so this
Mary-
is just about
you wanted to come back.
But we did under drainage, okay, okay, so
We should
moved.
do all those in favor.
Okay, all those in
Seconded.
favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I think because it says just by conservation that it's appropriate
Well, it
because,
doesn't say just conservation, it says other.
no, but as a result of that
Yes.
review specifically,
Right.
should something else change, that there has to be a modification. We are nearing the end of this list. Applicant shall have a pre-construction meeting with the Director of Community Planning and the town engineer prior to commencing construction. Applicant shall provide a project schedule and shall coordinate with the town engineer throughout the project.
This is a Roger condition.
The applicant shall adjust or modify any grading on the proposed site as may be necessary to accommodate the Union Street reconstruction grading. You know, why that and why not something else? I think it's just, it has to all be coordinated, and then if there's a
So you
change in the
wanted to end it
project, we'll
throughout
just decide
project.
whether it's minor or major, and we'll deal with that then.
So you want to have it ended throughout project?
Yes.
Is that all right? I'm cool with
Is
that.
that okay?
Where, at the
Throughout
end of,
project.
throughout project, the
Right.
project, throughout the project.
I just,
Yeah.
it's sort of preempting
Well, right.
issues that I just don't think we need to.
Okay, well, I mean, that language, the stuff
Should
that's
cover
in
that.
regular type was Rogers.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question though, because I did have a note from an early meeting about the MPDES SWIP to be provided before construction. So that's still, I mean, do you need that stated, or do you?
Is this a
just leave it
stormwater discharge permit? Is that what that
Yeah.
is?
Do
Isn't
you
that
want
required?
that, Mary, do you feel that needs to be stated, that that's gonna be
Will they get
provided?
a building permit without it?
No.
Okay.
No,
You
so
know,
then I
so
think
then
that's
you're all
already.
set.
It would have
Okay.
to be reviewed by John and staff.
Yeah, so
All
that's
right.
kind of built into the process, right?
Well, the way that it's actually written as far as the MP's permit is you can file it the day before construction. So usually you put in the condition of the building permit would require it submitted with that.
But we would condition that?
So usually you condition it because you don't technically have to file it early.
Okay.
So, John, how would you with that?
I mean, if it's filed with the building permit, I assume that gives enough time, because the building permit must take some time to review as well in a project like this. But I don't know. It usually, you know, if you want to have somebody take time to look at it, you need it at least a few weeks before.
Okay, so what do you suggest? What would you recommend
But what
here?
I
if
mean,
you-
they should be able to
if you're
get that
still-
done, I mean, they should be able to get that done as soon as they're done with Concom, so I would think they can get it at least 2 weeks before they start.
Before commencement of construction, they're going to file for the permit, or they're going to deliver a copy of the permit?
Yeah, they should deliver.
Okay, so why don't we make that pre-construction meeting at least 2 weeks prior to commencing construction at that time?
At least 2
At
weeks
least by,
prior.
at least 2 weeks prior, and at that time, whatever, and the NPDES, SWPP.
And submit that at
Submit that at that time?
That will be submitted at latest at that meeting. And you may reword that to make sense.
Okay.
That's the motion.
Motion, now the motion.
Second. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And so finally, I think,
I mean,
is
these
the
are the
look.
ones that Mary and I came up with, so I think you can.
Does
look to
anybody
see
have
whether
any
it
other
is.
conditions that they thought were important during this process to include that you did not earlier send to Mary?
No, she didn't do that one yet. She didn't
Other
do
than
that.
Other
post-condition, I mean, you're going to do
than,
that one?
other than the look back, which is what, the last one, and
You're
we're
just
gonna
saving
get
that
to
for
right.
last?
Yes.
I had a couple, but the only one that I was going to put in here was typically in some of the other towns, they have a condition where they say the lights shall not be used until the building commissioner and the town engineer have tested the lights and certified in writing to the planning board that the lights have been constructed, that they operate in accordance with the planning board site plan review decision, and the building permit documents.
Yeah, that's number 15.
And the building commissioner should not issue any permit until these requirements have been met. Typically, in all of these other towns, put that in.
That sounds good.
That's probably a good one. I mean, I would suggest you put it up there as 10A, so we just have all the light stuff together, but
Okay, that's good.
10A, so that's GTD number 15.
And then the other one I had, these.
Let's just move on that one.
Yeah, you're gonna,
So,
you guys.
second.
Occupancy permit, not building permit? Okay, so read what you are proposing, Gary.
He must mean occupancy, because they have to be built.
Yeah, he said
I
occupancy.
think it's occupancy permit.
Can you
It
read
says
the language
occupancy.
though?
Yeah, the lights shall not be used until the building commissioner and the town engineer have tested the lights and certified in writing to the planning board that the lights have been constructed, that they operate in accordance with the planning board decision based on the site plan review and the building permit documents. The building commissioner shall not issue any permit or certificate of occupancy until the requirements have been met.
Yes.
Second.
The
All
other
those
item.
in favor?
Aye.
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 A couple other items. One was all vending vehicles and sound trucks would be prohibited from the premises.
That's not our.
Not our issue.
No.
The, I don't know about assisted fan noise, such as air and horns and things like that. Are those allowed or not?
It's not our. I don't think that's in the planning.
You mean
board.
those guys with the horns?
No, the vuvuzelas,
No, just,
or those things like that, whatever they're called, but that's just not in our, that's not in our purview.
that's fine.
Okay. Thank you, though, that other ones are really important.
13.
The final one is this look back, and it says, "The applicant shall revisit the planning board after one full usage cycle to review the performance of the conditions on the permit.
No, there's a couple of different iterations in there. I mean, I don't know if you want to kind of be more specific, like maybe request a report or request a meeting. I mean, this is just kind of a placeholder. How do you guys want to word that? I know it's hard to word things at 11:45 at night, but this is the look back one.
You know, the shipyard came in, they gave us a report, they told us their experience, and we said, thanks a lot, and we kept moving.
Wow, we had a little more discussion than thanks a lot, but yes.
That's essentially how it shook out.
Do we want a report?
No, I think because this says to review the performance of the conditions on the permit. Well, as far as I can see, there's 13 conditions. So it's a pretty limited conversation, right? Or no, you want a
Some of
report?
it'll be moved.
No, I'm kind of fine with this.
Once it's constructed.
That's just with usage.
Nope,
No.
everything.
After one full usage
Well, do
cycle
you
to
wanna
review the
say-
performance. So say every time it rains, there's a huge puddle in the middle of Union Street.
That
That's
would
a
be
problem.
something.
That would be something we would talk
Or
about.
if parking is backed up and it's a problem.
What we'd want to do is have it like the 11th month, because that 1-year contractor.
Oh, with
Oh,
these
yeah.
things?
We want to identify.
Let's make it the 10th month.
Um,
Will that be a full?
Good point.
Because the school year's 9 months.
Well, it depends on when it comes online.
It's a usage cycle.
It's gonna come online at different times, right? The turf will be up and running hopefully through September, but the other fields have that 1-year growing period.
Let's say
Yeah, but the
wait.
drainage is one of the things, you're gonna get that in there, and then you're gonna build a multi-purpose field.
Why don't we
so-
have it at the end of the academic year?
Yeah, like next June?
The parking will be in too.
No, that's more than a year, what am I talking about?
Well, let's
Oh,
say
no, that would be a
after.
year, that would be less than a year.
That would be less than a year since it was
Right,
online. And an academic year
But
covers
I
it.
think the point is, what if they haven't finished the entire project?
Then we
But
can
they've started
discuss it.
using parts of the project, so why don't we say, 11 months after the beginning of the use of the multipurpose field?
Okay, but that's gonna be more than a year after the drainage system goes in.
How
And we're
about
worried
the
about
end of the
construction
first
of the contractor
academic
until-
year?
Why don't we say by June 30th of next year? Because that way they'll have gone through the fall and spring seasons by then.
They might not have built.
And if we have to revisit it, we can set up a revisit
That
at
works,
that
it's
time.
arbitrary. If it's a little
And if it's not
early,
all done, they
deal
can
with
come
it.
back again.
Okay.
We can just keep having these over and over.
So applicant
I'm
shall
sure they're
revisit.
gonna order
Yeah,
Neighbors.
No, we won't. Applicant shall revisit the planning board after, let's say that. Applicant shall
30th?
revisit the planning board by July 15th, 2014 to review the performance of the conditions on the permit.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much for joining us here tonight. The
Good job,
meeting is
Judy.
adjourned.
Like